All right, giving you a mic check right now. This isn't a fake one because I know there's a lot of people waiting in there right now. It's 10:27. We're going live in 3 minutes. We got an X coming on at 10:45. Stay tuned. Coming to you in 2 minutes. For those of you who don't know, and I think most people do, I'm Derek Levasseur.
And I'm Cody Calafieri.
And it's going to be a good night tonight. Everybody over the age of 21. Rule tonight. Got to have a drink in hand at all times.
Sunday fun day.
21 plus.
Sunday fun
even
day.
If you're under 21, get some apple juice. Put some ice in there. Get a fancy glass. Let's have some fun. We're going to be talking with last year's winner, Xavier, in about 15 minutes. We're going to probably have a couple other people pop in here. We got the comment section going. And just remember, the most important thing about tonight is we are going to be interviewing live Monty, Turner, and the new winner of Big Brother 24, and for the first time ever, also America's favorite player, Taylor. So all three tonight.
How insane. How insane. The fun thing about this finale tonight was, one, we went into it not really knowing. Wait, hold on. Volume too low. Let's
We'll bring it back.
Well, we're a little bit so the problem is that the chat is a little bit behind us. So Correct. We're talking right now, so we're seeing the chat go crazy. I adjusted the volume. So I just want to make sure we're here. So it's going to take us a little bit of time. Much better.
Yeah,
Everything better.
Hey,
We got you guys. So
This is our
listen,
first rodeo.
yeah. So listen, the only problem is the thing. So just bear with us in the chat. What happens is that our live stream is a little bit delayed. So when you're spamming the chat, we're seeing it a little bit late. So what's happening? It takes us a second. It's about 10 seconds behind. So we'll see it. We're good now. All right, Derek, hit us with it again.
3,000 people.
Derek,
here
you know
right
what?
now.
You know what, Derek?
We out here.
Take us from the start, bro. Take us from the start.
Okay, let's do it one more time. Little recap. It's 10:30 right now, so we have some time. So to start off the show, we'll talk for a couple minutes. Maybe we'll take a couple questions right now, right? Because we don't want to give our opinions yet. We got a long time to go. We'll be honest with you guys. It's going to be a little bit before we get to interview the three house guests. But here's the rundown. We'll talk for a little bit. We'll take some questions from you guys. And what I was saying was 21 plus, you need to have a drink in your hand, a little adult beverage with some ice all night. And especially if you're staying in tonight, no, obviously driving, you shouldn't be doing that if you're drinking. If it's under 21, all these legal preferences, right? If you're under 21, get a glass of apple juice or something with some ice. Either way, you got to have a drink in your hand. It always makes things more fun. So the schedule for tonight, 10:45, we're going to be hopping on with last year's winner, Xavier. He's going to be giving his thoughts on the outcome of tonight. And then we're going to be killing a little time. We'll take some more questions. Cody and I will give our final thoughts, what we thought about tonight's episode. And then I believe we're the only ones doing it again, Code. Doesn't seem like anybody else.
I guess
we will
so.
be interviewing live Turner, Monty, and the winner of Big Brother 24, also America's favorite player, Taylor. You will be on that interview with us live. No edits, no cuts. You're in the comments section. We're going to be peppering. We only have about 6 minutes, but you're going to be getting it live. So we're probably going to be the first interview you see. We want you to be here with us. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like crazy excited. This finale was wild. It was nothing. We had no expectations going in, right? So we were waiting to see what was going to happen. We had been following along on the feeds, and then all of a sudden Taylor was like out of it, and I was like sitting there being like, okay, so now Taylor's in a situation where she can't compete, and I'm like, dude, this is the only chance that any of these guys have to win the show.
Right.
It was Taylor goes to the finals. Taylor's winning the show.
Yeah, we said it. I mean, listen, not to, we were horrible this year. Let's just put that out there.
Well,
absolutely horrible with the predictions. We didn't hit it all this year. But we did go out on a limb, and I think, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, put out an episode called Derek and Cody Announced the Winner of Big Brother 24. So we called it before any of this.
Oh, yeah.
And to be really honest, we kind of said it exactly how it happened, where I felt like Monty was a better competitor. He'd probably be the one to get there. But ultimately, Taylor's an incredible speaker. She knew the narrative to play. She knew how to pull on the heartstrings of the jury members. She crushed it tonight. She absolutely crushed it.
He stood no chance when he brought her to the final two. He stood no chance. It was the way that she spoke, the preparation that she put into it, the way. And so I will say this. I wanted to ask your opinion on this.
I challenge you. I was like, is this a presidential speech right now?
So she ultimately got you to not want to vote for the better player. It was like, hey, don't vote for who maybe won more comps or who you think is strategically better. Vote for the person that endured more during the season. That person's she made it. I mean, so let me ask you this, though. So I was listening to her questions, and her first two questions, tell me that, I don't know how you felt about it, but I'm listening to her questions, and I'm sitting there being like, they just ultimately laid up her answer. They laid up her answer. It felt like I can't remember exactly what the first question was, but I was like, wow, they kind of told her there. And then the second one was like, we know you've been on the block a lot, but do you think you had to adjust your game? She was like, yes. Thank you for asking that. I did have to adjust my game. And then Monty was like, what did you do? Like, what did you do?
She got better questions. She definitely did. Kind of like you and I. You got shitty questions on our
the first go round, yeah.
Yeah, and then
real quick, dude, I want to shout out Lisa M. Thank you so much for the donation, Lisa. We really appreciate it.
Oh, appreciate that, Lisa. Yeah, no, it was interesting, but for me, it wasn't even about like her trying to spin it. It was like, hey, I want you to be part of something. This isn't just my win. This is your win as a woman. This is your win as the underdog in life. If you haven't gotten something and you worked hard for it and you never gave up, I represent you.
She
I was
embarrassed.
What'd you say? What'd you say before we started recording? You're like, Derek, I would have voted for her. You said it.
Straight up. And now I want to be very clear. Do I think Taylor was the best player of this season? No, I don't. Do I think Taylor would have outclassed anybody sitting in the final two other than, I think the game would have went to Michael no matter what. But other than Michael, I don't know who. And if Taylor sat next to Michael, she would have still crucified him in the speech. Like, this is a pageant winner. Like, she's not just some girl that did pageantry and was like, oh yeah, I did a pageantry once. Like, she's won pageantries. She speaks on stage. You gave Taylor center stage, and she showed you why she will dominate you in that situation. She had one of the best. So every answer she had was phenomenal. Every answer Monty had, I was like, oh man, dude, wrong answer. Like, the biggest thing Monty started himself off with was not mentioning how he was viewed as a huge threat, had to dial that back and not make everybody want to come after him for being this big physical threat. And then he answered 2 questions the same way. I was like, Monty,
they kind of set him up on that, though. It's like, what did you not do well? He was like, okay, well, if that's what you're asking, I'll answer. He should have just said, he should have focused on something that was positive for him. He should have spun it. Yeah,
Nikki W just goes, she said he put her in her element, and guess what? She crushed it.
She crushed him, dude. She did. It was over. I feel like he knew it. He looked at it, he was like, woo! Like, he was like, damn, you came for me on that one.
Ooh, Jamie Taylor. This is a really good point, dude. We have to bring this up to Taylor when we interview her. We have to get the specific name of the award that she won. But remember, Taylor won that
Mrs.
award.
Congeniality.
She won that on the vote on E.
Oh, I don't know.
Remember, there was a vote. There was a vote on E, and Taylor won. Like, the reality, she won it over like Kim Kardashian. It was like Taylor's bringing a lot of noise to Big Brother.
She really is.
Taylor's
and by the way,
a lot of noise.
This is a good thing. There's a couple things. First and foremost, we got more donations coming in. Thank you so much. I'm going to answer your question, Lisa, in a second. But also, guys, we're going to have Xavier on in 5 minutes. If you got questions for him, get him ready. I'm sure he'll be willing to answer them. We're also going to have Sharon Tharp on from Us Weekly. She's been kind of the face, the voice of Big Brother this year. She's one of the biggest media outlets covering it. She's a loyal fan. We want to show her support because she's been showing support for a very long time. But also, as you're sitting in the comment section, and I'm not bullshitting you guys, think about the questions you want to ask Monty, Turner, and Taylor, because full disclosure, we got nothing lined up yet. We're doing it with you guys. You are going to be part of this. So as we ask our questions tonight, we're shooting for 3 or 4 for each person if we can get them in there, depending on how long-winded they are. You are going to be part of that. You are going to help us develop those questions. We got a little bit of time because they have all this other press to do before they get to the little guys. But they will get to us.
We're going to be on late.
And we're going to be on late. So that's why you said grab a drink. But kind of start thinking about it because we're open. We're open to some questions, and we acknowledge the fact that you guys might know more than us because a lot of you guys are feed watchers. We're not, which brings up one more point. We're supposed to have Tiffany on tonight. I don't know if that's going to happen because she might not be capable of coming on after what just happened tonight because she's going to be so in her element. But if we can get her on, she does know we're live. I will be texting her throughout this. We'll try to get her on, although I have a feeling she's going to be in a place where we probably can't hear her because she is at the finale. It's going to be tough
because she's also at the after party, which I'm surprised that they didn't. But maybe they were loosening up a little bit on Big Brother for finale, but not fully. Like, there may not be that after party at on the studio.
No, there probably isn't.
It probably didn't do
not.
That.
But
which did you see? I thought it was pretty awesome that they had Taylor's mother and grandmother come into the backyard.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was amazing.
That was cool. They had Janet come up on stage. Did your family? Oh no, you had
no,
COVID.
Because 2020 they didn't even allow anybody to come out to California.
Yeah, you got robbed.
But I flew. I was on a flight this morning. But what I was talking about. So this is a question we have to ask Taylor Howell because she was voted E! News TV Scoop Awards favorite reality star.
Do you have a pen and paper on you? I don't have mine with me. We got it because that's a question. Because that's not even a question. We should probably let her know because we'll probably be the first one asking her.
Yeah.
Unless some of the other interviewees or interviewers are watching this and going to steal our questions, which we know you will. We know you will.
We know you will. We know you're watching.
We know you're watching. I got a question for you, Cody, while you're writing that down because that would be a good one to reveal to her. Maybe she doesn't know. You guys will get her reaction live. Lissa asked us, who wins, Monty versus Turner? If Monty had taken Turner, who wins?
Oh, Monty.
Slam dunk,
Monty
right?
messed up bad.
Monty
messed up bad.
Smokes him. He definitely screwed up. I I think it was a combination of things for him. I do think he was telling the truth where he felt like Turner had too many big moves, but I think he underestimated Taylor, her ability to speak, her story, and I also think he underestimated the fact that when it came to this season and what it was kind of all, it wasn't really about who was the best player. There was something else going on, and she represented that perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely thought he had an easy win against her. I really do think he thought he was taking a sheep.
I think he drastically miscalculated the view of. I mean, he just overlooked the story, which all of us on the outside saw. Like, you know, when we did the Us Weekly article, that was a big part of my answer, was that this story is way bigger than anybody else's moves. Taylor's story, which she so eloquently was able to share with the jury, her story was so drastically better than everybody else's. Everybody else's moves.
I'm going to give some shout-outs right now.
Yep,
oh, you do it. Continue.
I
just want to give some shout-outs. Faith Coley, don't know if I'm saying your name right. Jason T. Well, actually, we have some questions. We'll rapid fire them because these are people that are donating, and you're helping the channel out. So please ask Monty about his jury management and if showmances with Taylor clouded his judgment on that. Okay, so that is a decent question to ask. Did his relationship with Taylor contribute to why he picked her? Or we can just ask him in general, why did you pick Taylor? You know, what was your reasoning behind that?
Oh, so why did you pick Taylor, and do you think your relationship with her clouded?
Part of it.
Yeah.
Joely Lucelin for Monty. Monty was unaware that Taylor mended a lot of the relationships. Oh, so was he unaware that she actually, before they left the house, she mended a lot of those relationships? We might be able to ask him that. Again, we only have a few questions. This one's from Samira. Samira, I believe I've seen you on here before. I think you were here last year because I see the Canadian. I'm a huge BB fan, and this season was probably one of my favorites. This is a season of redemption and underdog. I'm a new subscriber. Okay, so I haven't seen you before. I'm a new subscriber and enjoyed your interviews all season long. Thank you for keeping us engaged and entertained. Thoughts, Cody?
I really appreciate that, Samira, because it's tough because a lot of times we do these interviews and we want to make sure we're asking the right questions. We want to make sure that we're engaging the right way with everybody that is tuning in. And so really appreciate that, Samira. Thank you.
Yeah, and listen, we know everything we said this season. Not everyone agreed with us. That's okay. We're trying to get back to a point where we're okay to speak our minds. You're okay to holler at us in the comments. We're big enough to handle it, and we're going to be honest with ourselves. We're going to tell the truth, and some of you may agree, some of you may not, but that's reality. It's not everyone supposed to be in their own echo chamber. That being said, Cody, can you send Xavier the link? And it's 10:45. Link coming.
Well, just text me his email.
I'm texting email right now. I won't say it over this. I got to remember recording. Lissa, by the way, you're amazing, Lissa. You've always been supporting us. I've seen you definitely. Thank you for the support. Like I said, we have Xavier coming on in about a minute. We're sending him the link right now. Once I get the email from him, I will text you the link, Cody. We'll have him hop on. We'll stop talking. We'll let him kind of weigh in. But yeah, we do. We really do appreciate it. We have fun doing this. We were jacked up about tonight. Frey, thank you so much. Did you have a question, Frey? Try to hit you quick. Nope, you didn't have a question. Just thank you for the support, Frey.
So I want to ask this. So I think this is going to be a good question for Monty. Do we feel that Monty didn't do his best job with jury management, and do we think that was a little bit clouded because of the relationship he had with Taylor? I love that question, Jason.
I love it too. It's in there. I just emailed you, texted you Xavier's link.
Okay.
We're just texting him right now. But I'm interested to hear what Xavier has to say. I mean, he's been dethroned now. He's no longer the king. So we'll see what he has to say. Kimberly, thank you so much. Where's Tiff? Love you both, by the way. You have also been a big part of the viewing experience of BB this season. We appreciate that. We're old ancient stones now. So, you know, the fact that you still come and support us, we really do appreciate it. How many people are in here, Cody? I can't even see now.
5,600.
6,000 people watching us live. 6,000 people watching us live right now. So we really do appreciate the support. Link is coming to you.
Yep, you texted me his email?
Right. Yep, I texted you his email.
So I wrote down that one question, so we have the one.
So listen, already one of you guys tonight are getting your question asked. And I promise you more are coming because we got to do 3 interviews, 6 to 7 minutes each. We might take a couple more minutes. We usually do that. But that's because BB loves us. And, we'll get him in there. And then, like I said, we'll have Xavier on. He's coming on in about less than a minute. And then we'll have Sharon Tharp on in a little bit later. And it's going to be good. So keep thinking about those questions.
Think about the questions. We're going to be right back because I got to change the scene. I got to adjust it so when Xavier comes in. So hold on to those questions. We'll be right back. We're going to weigh in with Xavier.
Nowhere. Coming right back. Go fill up your drink.
If you need one.
Fill up your drink.
Yep.
All right. All right, so you guys can still hear me right now. You can't see me. Listen, we haven't gone anywhere. Right now, Xavier's working out his technical difficulties. Stay right with us. We see the questions coming in. You had a couple good ones. While I'm waiting, I'm going to give some shout outs while I'm waiting here. So, CBW, did you underestimate Taylor or overestimate yourself? That's from Monty. That's kind of going to be in our jury management question. We're going to ask him that. Second one, Jamie Taylor. This is just for being here tonight. Taylor is truly an iconic winner. Been watching your videos all season. Also, if there's a time to ask Turner if there's time to ask Turner if he truly would have brought Monty to the final two, can't wait to see the interviews. Jamie, I can tell you right now, that dude was taking Monty. NYC girl forever, thank you so much. Elizabeth Webster, thank you so much. Jason T coming in hard tonight. Is he going to have 2 for 2 questions? Let's see this. Please ask Monty about his jury management and if showmance with it's our old one still. Or if he asked that again. You're already in there. Michael Nikolai, thank you. Jessica Whaley, thank you for being such a fantastic ambassador for Big Brother, all along with the amazing Tiffany. Love you both. Derek, you are top 3 best players of all time. Cody, did you hear that? She didn't mention you. She mentioned me. Eat it, brother. Jessica, we love you. Seriously, we love you. Christina Conway, how does Monty feel backstabbing Turner knowing he was the only vote?
We're live right now. I put us back in. When he pops back in, I'll put his spirit back in.
I don't know if we'll have time to ask him that, but to be honest with you, I'm sure it just goes to show you more about Taylor, the type of person he is. We just had a big donation coming from Frey. Got to get to that one. You want to ask it, Cody? You want me to say?
Please ask Taylor if she knows the power of her karma and how did she come up with the blockbuster.
That was a great one.
Please see if she knows because that karma is real. Please let her know I love her deeply. Oh, we're going to pop back out.
Yeah, we're gonna hope and see if we can get her. If we can get as much of that. He's good
X
now.
is money. I'm gonna transition us right in,
guys. We're transitioning right now.
We're back. We're back.
Oh wait. All right. Can they see X right now? There we go. We about to do it. This is a hey X. This is a salute. Hey, cheers. Winner circle. Little cheers.
Oh yeah.
All 3 of us. Cody, get the glass up
yes,
there.
Sir.
Boom. 3 winners.
Yo,
There's some money in this.
Phenomenal.
Hey, there's some money in this room right now.
Yo, but guess who's got more money? Guess who's got more money? Taylor's walking out
Shout
with
out
800.
Taylor.
Wait, time out, X. Because I'll tell you what, for me, it was so. I was like, oh man, dude, they're up in the prize, $250K, and I know that feels good. But the season after you, they up it another. Well, they didn't even up it really, but she comes out with $800K.
Yeah, and she got a cruise. Didn't she get?
She gets a cruise.
She got a cruise.
So she gets the win. She gets AFP. She gets the money. She gets a cruise.
See, this makes me want to be like less boring. Like they didn't even have a cruise available for our AFP. Like I would have tried to do some shit. Are we allowed to cuss on here? Is that
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do whatever you want.
I would have been way more fucking entertaining had I known a cruise was. I've never even been on a cruise.
You're missing
I know
out.
there was like a potential cruise for Big Brother, but like I turned that down. I wasn't feeling it. But anyways,
so hey, I want to obviously ask you about Taylor. We got a lot to talk about. Taylor, you just gave up the crown, right? Deserving winner. But I want to ask you about something that we haven't even talked about. I haven't seen anybody mention it in the room yet. Yes, history made tonight. What did you think about the final 3 finalists for AFP?
I saw Taylor win. I didn't see who.
Cody, why don't you tell him who the other 2 finalists were?
I was busy going crazy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I love.
Lit.
First of all, X, I want to tell you this. I feel like people need to see you like this side of your personality a little bit more. Because like you and I have conversations, and I'm like, dude, X is like a real fucking dude. Like on the show, he had this prim proper. He was like, all business, which I respect.
I was Obama mode, bro.
I respect.
Obama mode 24/7.
You're an attorney too. You got to be careful. You got a job to go back to.
Right. So it's all business.
On the podcast, no, I'm gonna let loose a little.
Right. And so even like I was sitting there, I was like, man, dude, X has this like fucking awesome personality, and I feel like people need to see this side of X. So, but anyway. I love that you're here, man. I love that you're bringing such good energy, and we really appreciate you coming on, baby. And it's the winner circle, man. We got 3 winners here, which is awesome.
Hey, did you ever? Hey, I bet you. I'm gonna call Cody real quick. Did you ever send him the T-shirt?
Did I?
Cody was supposed to, I believe.
Did I miss that one?
Yup.
Damn. Is that you drinking out of a Yeti thermos too? I want one of those.
Well, here's the thing: is that I don't want to bring. There's no marketing done here unless we're making money off of it. So I'm not showing. I'm not drinking out of a can to show anything.
Attaboy.
100% tonight.
So
100%. You will have a T-shirt out to you this week.
Yeah,
we'll get out to you.
So wait,
that's 100% on me.
Who finished top 3 for AFP?
You ready for this, Cody? Hit him with it because I didn't even hear it.
So it was Michael, Kyle, Taylor.
Okay.
Michael, Kyle, Taylor. 2 different ends of the spectrum there, buddy.
Wait. Michael broke records. Get that.
Right.
What was the other name? I heard Taylor. What was the last one?
Well, let's repeat that. Kyle. Dude, I didn't hear it. I said, I was like, it's Michael and Taylor, and he was like, and Kyle's the other one. I'm like, no, it wasn't. And he's like, yes, it was. I'm like, well, wow.
Well,
I think
what that basically tells me is that there's I'll choose Kyle's language. There's a silent majority that was clearly doing some voting for AFP, and I know they mad as fuck right now.
Well,
Dude,
let me ask you this, because I think this is a huge conversation. We saw this is a big part of the season, right? What do you feel when you saw Kyle and the things he was saying? And did you feel like there was racism in there, or is it racism, or is it bias? Like, how do you feel about that? Because I've been very vocal about it. So
yeah, the situation with Kyle. Here's how I felt about it. The cookout, what we did, we knew there were going to be people who assumed that players of color, especially black players of color, were going to be working together. We saw a little bit of it on Big Brother Canada season 10.
True.
So with Kyle making that assumption, it's not fully off base. It's just, if you're going to make that assumption, your ass better have some evidence.
right,
Got to be right.
Without any evidence, that's where he went wrong.
right.
You know, like if he was going to make that assumption, he needed to wait until he was like, okay, I just saw Monty and like Amira say this, or I just saw Monty and Taylor say this, that they were going to lock in with like Terrence and like Joseph. Like he needed concrete evidence in order to then take that assumption or that theory and then bring it to other people. To bring it to other people without any evidence, that's where he went wrong.
Okay,
That's fair.
yeah.
That's my personal opinion. I don't think it's far-fetched that people to think another cookout could happen, but if I'm being honest, it won't.
I mean, to be fair, like you said.
But to be scared of it, I get it.
Yeah, I mean,
but you got to back it up with some evidence.
What is going on here? What is this like? What's this like?
Remy's got the
So,
Remy out.
okay.
Celebrate.
I know, it's so hard,
Let's get
'cause
back to back. Are you crazy?
This is
I shouldn't even be awake
So
right now.
so
I should be
time
in a
out.
coma.
Also, I want to touch on that because, like, I know you made history, right? So you made history. You were the first black winner on Big Brother. And now we've seen it back to back, but now we have Taylor being the first female black winner. So what does that mean? Because I know, obviously, it has a strong, there's a lot of power in that to you, to other black people that are watching the show. It's encouraging, right? So
Yeah,
what does that mean?
you're not a token winner. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
there's a trend. There's a trend here.
So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I always said, like, if I came back to Big Brother, I would want to be on like an all-winner season. And then the reality hit, because I was like, damn, if I go on an all-winner season, I know Derek and Cody, but I'm gonna be real alone on that cast. It's just gonna be me.
I've
So
already
it's
hit
nice
you
to
up
have
about other stuff,
someone
so
else.
you already know.
See, you're gonna get us in trouble again, Cody.
What?
The
I didn't
pregame.
Cody,
say
like,
any.
Come on, bro.
Yo.
Confidentiality. But like when it comes, so Taylor's victory, I knew my victory was significant. I knew it was huge. But Taylor's victory is monumental. I mean, my victory was huge just to see a black person win.
Mm-hmm.
But to see a black woman finally be crowned, especially the season after me, roof off the top. Like, that's insane. It made me tear up. And I don't even cry. I don't like crying. It's not a thing that I do, but it made me tear up. And like, so I think it not only represents like the resilience of black women, the strength of black women, the poise, the character, the grace in which black women carry themselves. That was all represented in Taylor throughout one season. And for that representation to then be rewarded with a victory and AFP. So not only was she playing the game in a way which the jury members respected, but then she played the game in a way which made America fall in love with her.
That's a great point.
Well,
Are you kidding me?
So
That blows every other winner. Derek, Cody, we all winners. I'm sorry, but
I want to touch on that.
She makes us look real regular right now.
Right, I want to touch on
Real
that
regular.
because I want to hear what you thought about how she answered her questions and her final delivery.
Yeah, she's scary. She's
Right?
scary. She's scary.
What?
Hey, and before you
Dude,
answer that, shout out Monty, by the way.
Monty,
Shout out Monty
Go
too.
ahead.
Final two. Also, another
Yeah,
black man. Final
yeah,
two.
yeah.
Can't overshadow that. Give him his props too.
I know, we
Answer
gotta-
that question.
No. Black Man Final Two. We love. Look, have you guys heard the song "Sue Me" by Wale? Have y'all heard that song before? All right,
Look at
after
me.
this, play it, and then I'll
Okay.
explain what I'm saying right now.
Well, don't
but,
say
like,
any of the
no,
lyrics.
like-
Don't say any of the lyrics. Don't talk about the lyrics.
We'll get
Okay, I'll
copyrighted.
keep that under wraps. I
Thank
realize
you.
there's some words I probably should.
Because
say.
well, it's
But
not
I'm gonna
even
say
that
them
on
as soon as I get
YouTube.
off.
On YouTube, what'll happen is we'll end up. You know what I'm saying? So just no
I feel you,
lyrics.
But no, so Monty taking Taylor, which I was like, "Ooh, you should have took Turner."
Yeah,
if
for
you were
sure,
trying to win.
for sure.
But I literally said it in my interview with Julie on last Thursday. I was like, if Monty wants to win, he takes Turner. If he takes Taylor, I think it's going to be a toss-up. But ultimately, I think Taylor's the front runner. And lo and behold, and the reason why was because Duke Taylor's in pageantry. I was worried about this last season with Azza. Azza's in pageantry, which means her public speaking skills are through the roof. And Taylor, she won Miss Michigan. That means she clearly knows how to say things to get people on her side and want to vote for her. Oh my God, every single question, I was like,
don't give her that stage.
Yeah, I was like, every single question, I was like, she's answering this perfectly. And then when Monty would answer his questions, I was like,
yeah, he wasn't in it. And I think he was
not even.
Where is it, brother?
I think after the first answer from Taylor, he got a little intimidated, honestly. He was like,
I know. I started to see him, and I'm not trying to be rude to him, but he started to stumble over his words a little bit. He started repeating himself, and the jury's going to notice that. Taylor's speaking confidently. She's speaking facts. She's pulling on those strings that she knows is going to get people to want to root for her, which I do. Everything that she did, I literally said in like interviews prior to finale night. I was like, she's going to do the things that make people want to vote for her, want to root for her.
They feel like they're
and
part of it.
We saw that in those final speeches. Oh, yeah. And it wasn't even
brilliant.
Like, everyone forgets that this is a social game. Like, everyone's just like, oh, comps. I think the only person comp-wise who could have stood a chance against her was Michael. And that's because he broke a record.
Agreed.
He tied the record.
Before you came on here, I said that I was like, Taylor would have smoked anybody in the final two other than Michael.
Yes. Literally, Michael's the only one who might have stood a chance. And that's just because, I mean, I think at a certain point, winning competitions isn't everything, but if you break a record, they got to put some respect on your name. So, like, other than that, it's a social game. People don't emphasize the social part. Like on my season, I was like, I was able to win a decent number of competitions, but socially, I wanted to make sure I was good with everybody. So that way, when I got to final two, they would want to vote for me. I tried to make sure I think I probably pissed off like one person, but that eventually we don't.
No, you did a good job. Your whole season, you were pretty much the glue. Like as the cookout could have had cracks, like Derek and I covered the whole season. There were cracks that could have been forming, and you were literally like, "Nope, stay true. We have to stay. We have to keep our numbers."
The course.
Which is what I mean. It's what Big Brother is. You have to keep your numbers, or if you lose your numbers and you implode, you end up hurting yourself. And you felt like the glue that was always like, everybody calm down, stay together, we have a mission, we have something that we're trying to do here, and in order to do that, we have to keep this loyalty, even if sometimes it feels like I'd rather be loyal to other people outside of the alliance. We have to keep it inside of this right now.
Yeah, which we all struggle with that. I mean, me with Alyssa and Christian, Tiffany with Claire, Kyra with SB. Like, we all struggled with that. I think the only one that didn't was honestly probably Hannah. But all right, I want to ask you.
Hey, real quick, X, before you do, we got to keep it. We got I want to acknowledge something real quick. We got over 7.3. We got over 7,000 people live watching this right now. So thank you to everybody's here. And a shout out to Amy Hinault. Question for you, Amy. She just donated for Taylor. Do you know yet that Joseph had your back the entire game? I want to definitely ask her something like that because, man, they had some reactions from Joseph tonight when that whole thing was happening. That was tough to watch. We got a couple other things here. A couple big donations. Jason Cole. Taylor doesn't come close to winning Big Brother. Had the cookout not literally paved the way. Ooh, I want you to weigh in on that one, Xavier. I would love to hear Taylor speak on that. What's your thoughts on that from Jason?
That's an interesting take.
I don't agree at all.
I would say I don't want to diminish Taylor's game and say that if the cookout didn't happen, she doesn't make it to the end, because like ultimately her social game is what got her to the end. Don't anybody ever diminish that and try to make it seem like, oh, if the cookout hadn't happened, she wouldn't have made it to the end. No, her social game got her to the end.
And I would argue it made it harder because people were looking for it.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
100% made it harder.
Exactly. The only thing I would say the cookout did that maybe gave her like an assist is the fact that when Kyle tried to make that all-white alliance, because the cookout existed, people had to then make a decision. Like, we put people in a box for every future season to where, like, if something that is awry, race-related, comes up, people now, if they know about us, that means they know what we stood for, and that means they now have a decision. Either you stand up and you speak out on it, or you let it slide and you actively participate in it, and then you deal with the consequences afterward. That's what the cookout did. And because we did that, that's when Michael and Brittany then, oh, hey, Kyle did this. So otherwise, we don't know what happens. But ultimately, don't try to diminish Taylor's game and say, like, if the cookout didn't happen, she doesn't win. No, she won this season because she's Taylor Hale. Yeah, Miss Michigan, went on Big Brother, one Big Brother, bring the title back to Michigan, and I'm drinking Remy Martin.
I might have to come back just to get it out of Michigan. Hey, we got a couple more questions for X. I just want to get through these donations.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
It's another question for you, X, from Lissa M. She asked, Xavier, if you had to choose, would you have chosen Turner or Taylor to win the $750K? I feel like that's an obvious answer, but she's asking, so I'm hitting you with it.
So Turner and Taylor are in final 2.
Yep. Yeah. I can answer that one for him. It's Taylor. It's Taylor. Next one, Natasha Navarro. I only have 3 more left. Can you ask Turner if he is going to send Jasmine some muffins like she requested? I'm assuming he might have a little fun gift for her. Mikey C, where are those Big Brother winter jackets y'all talked about last year? We actually, Cody and I have a jacket from a fan.
Michael. Wait a minute.
When did we talk about mention jackets?
I don't think we ever mentioned jackets, but
yes, we might have to. Taylor got a bag. It says Taylor got a bag, so maybe she can supply them. I completely agree with that.
Taylor got a bag.
She almost doubled us, so she can buy the jackets.
$800K easy. Like, wow.
Got another one. I got 2 more. Daria, what do you think was Monty's biggest game move outside of evicting Michael? And do you think Taylor won because of her story? Go for it.
I can talk about this one. Monty's biggest game move outside of evicting Michael. So I was wrestling with this because I need to hear the jury's perspective. That's key. That's key in trying to understand like how the jury's going to vote. So I actually thought Monty taking out Taylor, I was like, I think the jury's going to respect that because some of them were saying like Turner's been playing a good game. He's made several moves, but Michael did point out, and I said this in my Us Weekly article, I don't know that people feel like his moves are going to be autonomous. But even still, Monty taking him out, I was like, they might view that as a big move, which I was worried. I was like, oh, Taylor, you might be in trouble. But then the questions happened. I was like, oh, she's doing just fine.
Yeah, it was over.
I thought
it was over.
So, yeah.
I think,
honestly, taking Michael out was honestly probably his biggest move. Like, Michael, outside of Taylor, was the biggest threat in the game. Michael or Taylor would have been a beautiful final 2 just because it's like, but do I think Taylor only won because of her story? So if you're saying that she only won because of her story, you have to realize her story is her social game. Big Brother is a social experiment. If you're saying she only won because of her story, realize that she won because of her social game. You know what I'm saying? Like her story is a part of her social game, and that's what she emphasized at the end, and that incentivized people to vote for her.
I want to hit you with something next because this is my take on who won tonight.
Okay, go for it.
24 seasons, we've been conditioned as a Big Brother community to look for the person who wins the most comps, who's the best, who gets nominated the least amount of times. That's kind of like the requirements to win. Who checks those categories in order to get the win? I felt like in a 3-minute period, Taylor reprogrammed the jury's brains as to what they should look at when deciding who to win, and then said, okay, these are the new requirements. It's not about winning. It's not about social. It's not about how many times you stayed off the block. It's about resilience. It's about the underdog. And oh, by the way, here's your new requirements for deciding the winner. And here's what I possess. And by the way, not only do I possess them, but I'm going to relate them to you personally. So this isn't just my win. This is your win. This is not a knock on Taylor, but Cody said it before. I think the resume for Monty was better in my old school mentality of looking at it. She changed it. She said, this season's going to represent something different.
Yeah.
This isn't going to be about the quote unquote best player. This is about who perseveres through adversity. Who do you want to represent your season?
Yeah.
And it was brilliant. It was fucking brilliant.
She literally said season 24 represents resilience. And nobody on season 24 was more resilient than Taylor Hale.
Facts.
She skewed
the
narrative to
a quote line
benefit
that better be
her.
on New York Times. That better be on Forbes. That better be on Apple. Apple, you got a news outlet? Y'all better post it. Otherwise, I'm on my
Does
ass.
Apple have a news outlet?
They got
Apple's
everything.
got everything, Cody.
Yeah,
they got everything.
Dude, I just thought it was brilliant on her end, but it just speaks to who she is, where it's like, don't really care. I'm going to change how I speak about how you need to vote and make you buy into it.
If I can speak on this briefly, because I know you guys got
you got open.
You got a big question coming from Samira.
I love about the fact that she won. So like, as you guys know, I've talked to both of you. Like, I use like tidbits from your guys' game and kind of incorporate into create my own game style. And then I know Monty, from what I've heard, he kind of tried to follow my blueprint. But the fact that like now Taylor has won, I feel like it's going to usher in a whole new era of Big Brother players to where the jury now, they respect social players more than what they might have in the past. because I was like, I strategist. Tiffany was the best strategist on our season. Competition wise, I was good, but I might even say that Kylan was the best competitor on our season. But I would say socially, I was probably the best. But because I had a little bit of everything, that's why I won, and I was
best,
Derek,
most
sorry.
well-rounded.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I was sitting next to Big D. But Taylor, here she was sitting next to someone who had a lot of the characteristics or a lot of the resume that I kind of had. But she emphasized how well she had done socially and pulled on those social strings and those social ties that she had made that convinced the jury to win. Now, for Big Brother players moving forward, you guys can see your emphasis needs to be social. Strategy is important. Absolutely, that's extremely important. But social, you need to bump up right there with strategy. If you have both of those, I think you're in a great position to win the game with Big Brother.
It's not about what you say; it's how you make people feel and the relationships you leave them with as they leave the house. X, I have a big
100%.
question for you from Samira. It's a question and a shout out, but based on what you just said, it couldn't be more perfect. So thank you, Samira, for the question. This is what she said. I also think the cookout did something internally to Black players, minorities actually. It's now possible. If you can do it, I can do it. It's a mentality that you've created. Yeah. So thank you, X, and all the cookout members. So kind of a little bit of more of a statement than a question, but what say you, X? It's true, man. You deserve it. Seriously. You deserve it. You paved the way. It is emotional. I'm happy for you guys. Mm-hmm. We talk to Tiffany all the time about it. It's big, man. You should be proud because you did pave the way for this in a lot of ways, what you're seeing now.
No,
take a second, man. Good for you.
What's her name? Could you remind me of her name?
Her name is Samira.
Samira, you got me watering up. I'm trying to maintain my street cred. I'm trying to maintain my thuggery. You fucking that up. I hope you're happy.
Got me over here tearing up a little bit. Looking at you too, man. Shit.
So the cookout, we were extremely nervous about what was going to happen to Black players moving forward because of what we did. And so to see this season happen, to see kind of our greatest fears kind of become realized when Kyle attempted, for better or for worse, for what he attempted to do, it was damn, we really made this game impossible for another Black winner to win. And then to see Taylor kind of win, and not only that, but to see Taylor and Monty sitting next to him.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
History. It's so stupid, right, in a lot of ways, because it's Big Brother, right? It's supposed to be just a reality TV show, but everybody says it. I'm not the first. It's a microcosm for society. And so you see things changing in our society that are also happening in this little lab experiment. And absolutely, seasons past reflect future seasons. What you did, what the cookout did, will have a lasting impact on this game forever. It's just the way it is. So it's something you should be. We don't need to take these things lightly because it is a big show. Millions of people watch, and a lot of people like Samira, it really means something to them more than just, oh, Big Brother, the dumb reality show. It's a lot deeper than that. So
yeah,
I think. Thank you, Samira.
I think what you just said there, X, is I think that can hit a lot of people close to home because I after the cookout, it almost did I viewed it the same way, and I had mentioned it on the show, and I was like, the cookout almost makes it now even tougher because now people have that. Where, you go into the show and you're like, oh, I don't know, are the people of color going to just be working together just because the cookout did it last season? And that is a difficult thing for future Black House guests to do. And I sat there and I just was looking as an outside perspective, and I was like, that's fucked for now these people that have to go in after that. Because I look at you and I think, no bullshit, I've said this multiple times, I think you're a player that no matter what, you could go on a season of Big Brother and win it on any season.
Agreed.
I think you were a phenomenal player. I think Tiffany could go on the show and win it because she just is a phenomenal strategic player. I think any season she goes on. And I felt like, Taylor was kind of dealt a shitty hand at the start of the season because of the circumstances. And I think that's an added weight that a lot of these Black players had on them in the beginning of the season. Like maybe a Monty early on was like, oh, I don't want to make anybody in this house think that there is a cookout. So Taylor, everybody's against Taylor, so I need to show that I'm against Taylor. And that's an added weight that's really fucked if you think about it. It's a tough moral thing for a person of color to have to go through, or it's not even a person of color, a Black person to have to go through in the house. So it's it adds this different dynamic. And I mentioned this last year. I said, I don't know what the cookout is going to do to next season on Big Brother.
Well, so if I can interject.
No,
real
bro,
quick,
all
I'm
you.
sorry,
All
guys.
you, bro.
Like like obviously I was just with the cookout in LA last week,
Yeah.
and to see like Taylor talking about like, yo, I love Tiffany, I love Hannah, I love Azza. Like Monty was talking about, yo, I love X. Joseph even was like, yo, I love X. To see like the impact that we've had, you guys have no idea. Like so my last night in LA before I flew out, we went out to dinner, just to cook out. We sat around each other and we just had like a nice bonding moment. Like I connected with them. I was vulnerable with them because they, like, honestly, you guys don't really know this, but like I'm a wall. Like I've known them for months, but like I don't let people into me. Like I don't let people like pass my walls. And I got deep with them, and we just had a very vulnerable moment with all of us, just because it was like, yo, we made history together. Like we're family forever. And yes, that includes Kylan, who frustrates the hell out of me sometimes, but he's family.
That's what family does.
We have the same one of those. We have a guy called Zach.
Like family, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, we're related. But sometimes, boy, if parents weren't looking, I'd knock your ass up. But so it's just like to see the impact we've had. Like you don't understand. Like there were tears shed at that table. It was just, it's remarkable. And then to see the season we had, and then the next season, another black person is crowned. A black woman is crowned the winner. It was like, we thought it was going to be terrible, and to see that it's like actually produced another black female sitting in final two, which hasn't happened since Danielle Reyes.
Who should have won? We met Danielle Reyes down in Florida.
We don't even talk about that jury no more.
Shout out Danielle.
Talk about that jury no more.
Shout out Danielle.
Who are any of them?
She's amazing. No, Big Brother, unless you've played, you really don't understand it. It's funny. It's not the same thing as the cookout. I'm not relating it to that. But me and Cody, if it's other than the fact that we have different parents, that's my brother. You know what I mean? My daughters call him Uncle Cody. Like, actually, they look at him as Uncle Cody. And we were on a stupid show together. You know what I mean? It's just weird how it works. Shout out Yvette. And also one more shout out. I'm this guy. I'm the guy that has to do this.
You keep us on pace. That's
another one, Charity Hagwood. Thank you, Cookout, because it's so important to just have representation. So thank you again. Exactly. I'm gonna bang out these. Hi, just want to say, brother Kevin from BB Can 10, and now Taylor have both.
Jacobs.
Kevin, is that Kevin Jacobs? Yeah.
Kevin Jacobs is from BB Can 10.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's not him.
No,
it's saying. I just want to say that. Big brother Kevin from BB Can 10 and now Taylor have both broken a record for being a first week nom to go on and win the game. Didn't know that. Thank you, Kim.
Wow.
And the social game is taking over the winners instead of comps. Kind of agree with you there. Samir, this is from Daria. Samira is right. Having done what the cookout did, who knows if this final two couldn't have happened, let alone back to back. Thank you for the contribution to the show. Next one's from Wall Street, Ben Black. The AFP lineup was a clear indication of those microcosms. Kyle, Taylor, and Michael are literally far left to right. I agree. I would say division in this country. I don't think this is a hot take. The division is
extreme right now.
It's extreme,
it's too extreme.
And I do agree with you that the voting kind of shows. I want to ask you about that, Xavier, and it's not to put a downward spin on it, but I was so hard on Michael and Brittany. Let me get these last two, and I do want to ask you about that. X. Is Taylor an honorary member of the cookout, or does she have her own story? I think I know the answer, but go for it. Cheers. Okay. All right. Well, you heard it there.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know if I've drank Remy, but like the way you're drinking, I kind of want to like.
It's going down smooth.
Delicious.
I swear to.
It's delicious.
I swear to God.
Isn't Remy sweet?
All right. So here's the bottle. Read it.
Remy,
it's like bro. It's special, Cody.
But it's sweet, right? I do think I've drank. Yeah, I've drank Hennessy.
Okay, I'm proud of you.
But
if you hadn't, we was gonna have beef.
Well, I was a bartender like you, bro. So like all this stuff coming across the bar, I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna drink.
Out here
when you want to drink a shot, it's like you don't say no to. Oh, you want shots, and then you want to get me a shot, so we're taking shots. So yeah, I drink it all, man.
So I wanted to ask this, and I'm not putting a downward spin on it, but I think we got to cover all angles here. And actually, you guys are reading my mind. This is from Megan S. I'm going to reframe this question, but I want to say the way she asked it, and then I want to come from my spin. So she says, why is no one talking about Michael and Brittany's act of racism? How does X feel about that? Let me rephrase that.
About it.
But let me rephrase that, because I'll be honest.
I get what they're saying.
I was very hard on Michael and Brittany. Now, let me tell you why. And you you'll disagree with me, and we'll still go on and love each other for it. So I think what Kyle did, what he assumed, wrong. Now at this point, this is just my opinion. So far, he's saying the right things. He's saying I'm remorseful, whatever. You know, he's acknowledging it. But let's see how he is when he was outside the house. The reason I've been so hard on Michael and Brittany, just my take on it. One, there's a clip where Kyle asks Michael, hey, what'd you think about what I said yesterday? Was it bad? And he's kind of like, I don't think it was that bad. In fact, I was kind of thinking it, didn't say anything. And I genuinely feel like there was a large part of why they chose to expose it when they did was because it benefited them. And that's not even my issue. Here's my issue.
Go ahead.
Kyle is saying the right things. Michael and Brittany are both telling us they didn't do it for personal game at all. It was purely for the cause. I don't believe that. That's just me. I'm not speaking for Cody. I do not believe that. And that accountability is what pisses me off because I know Michael and Brittany are super smart people. What is your take on it? You might feel completely different.
No, so you guys are asking great questions because a lot of these things I haven't spoken. Y'all know me. I'm low key.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Well,
people want to hear more from you than me.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how I feel about the Michael and Brittany situation. The reason why I have an issue with it is because Michael and Brittany chose to expose Kyle at the time that they did. So here's where I struggle with it because they're saying like, oh, they didn't weaponize it, like it wasn't for outside reasons. So here's why I struggle with that. So let's say Kyle comes up to Michael and or Brittany. He's like, hey, I think all the POCs are working together, which means we got to stick together. Michael and Brittany, at that time, for both personal and game reasons, if you expose Kyle, how is it detrimental to you?
In that specific moment?
What I mean by this is, let's say Kyle said that, and then they go ahead and expose him. I'm thinking of all the ramifications of that. Personally, every POC is going to be like, hey, Michael and Brittany, we can rock with them because they heard this immediately and then immediately came to us and was like, hey, this is what's going down. We not cool with it. We wanted to tell you. So personally, and even with the non-POCs in the house, if they have an issue with it, they're going to be like, yo, we rock with that too. Thank you guys for exposing this. And then from a game standpoint as well, it's like, hey, you guys went ahead and took your game hats off for a second and told us what was going on when you knew it would be directly adverse to us and beneficial to you. So from a game standpoint, I know I can trust you. Mm-hmm. So that's where I struggle with them saying it wasn't like weaponizing.
And X, why didn't they expose Kyle when it initially happened?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you had exposed him when it initially happened, one, Kyle probably still goes home because a majority of the people in that house are going to be like, yeah, this guy needs to go. And you probably gain a lot of like allies in exposing him. And you're probably personally favored with the rest of the house. So it's like, you guys could have done the same thing as soon as it happened and probably it'd been beneficial for you personally and on a game level. So to wait and then use it later, it's hard for me not to view it as you guys weaponizing because I don't see how it would have been detrimental to you to bring it up before. And maybe they know something I don't know, so I'm gonna give them that benefit of the doubt. But from outside looking in, I think if you had done it then or if you had done it later, it would have been the same result with Kyle going home. So why didn't you do it when you first heard it?
They didn't want Kyle to go home. They didn't want Kyle to go home. He was part of their alliance.
That's what I'm saying. Like I know Michael was saying like it was eating him up inside. I was like, bro, if it was eating you up inside, why'd you wait several weeks to expose it? Which Michael,
miss me with
you're
that.
An attorney, and I know you're smart, so we can have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
But like Michael and Brittany and everybody who Kyle had spoke to, you could have brought this up initially, and honestly, it probably would have been more beneficial for you on a personal level and on a game level.
I agree, but it wasn't that important. It wasn't that important then.
Let me ask you this, X. Yeah. If Kyle, because in that situation, Kyle's in an alliance with Monty and Taylor and Joseph, and if Kyle,
strong guys.
So if Kyle goes to Monty, Taylor, Joseph, and goes, "Hey, listen, I'm nervous about this because last season, but also Monty had mentioned something. Kyle brought this up in the conversation with Michael. He was like, Monty, you had said you want to work with a strong black woman. Taylor didn't want to nominate a black woman. I just want to bring this to you guys because we're in alliance together. I want to make sure we're on the same page." If you were in that situation, you X, how would you react to that? Say it was like Kyle came to you and said this. It's like, are we still good in our alliance, or Am I being paranoid? Would that be biased or racist, or would that be him like playing the game?
As a member who was in the cookout, where we lied to everybody who was outside of it,
That's a
and
good
didn't
point.
tell them shit about what was going on.
Yeah.
When they tried to,
But that
ask
wasn't
him,
happening
none
this
of them
season.
directly asked. If Kyle had directly been like, "Yo, is this a cookout 2.0?" I'd have been like, "Kyle, I'm offended." The fact that you could think that I wouldn't take you further in this.
You would do that too. I watched.
How
dog.
dare you? How
You
dare
dog.
you?
You
And
dog.
then I vote his ass out. That's just me. That's just me.
That's why you won.
In the cookout, I'm a more ruthless member. Okay, Tiffany, Alza definitely couldn't do that. Alza is, oh my gosh, that woman's heart as pure as gold.
Oh.
She's so sweet.
Dude,
Hannah-
Oz has been on.
Honestly,
Hannah. No.
Hannah
Don't
could have
tell.
lied to him. Hannah would have been like,
Dude,
Kyle,
Hannah's
you're
cutthroat.
insane. Hannah would have been like, you're insane. Shut up, and then voted him out and probably put him on the block. Like Hannah
Hannah's
is the most
cutthroat.
ruthless member of the cookout, but she's cute as a damn button. She's a sweetheart.
She's a
Baby
silent
sis.
killer.
She's
Cody,
great.
do you understand what Micah's question? Can you see the questions? Micah's got a question up there. I was gonna read it. We have 4 questions pending right now, but I'm not
All right,
understanding
pen
what
them.
they're asking.
Micah, I haven't seen it.
I'll say.
Please ask Monty why he didn't tell Taylor the truth he knew from Terrence about Joseph during the split. Why stay silent regarding Joseph, who is out of the house, and
Y'all hitting the hard button questions.
And a friend
Yo,
of
Winner
yours had
Circle, y'all
Taylor
getting
back.
an exclusive right now because I'm
Oh,
not
definitely.
interviewing anybody else. After this, I'm going back
That's
to
why
work.
we love you, man. That's why we love you.
I'm not 100% sure, but that seems like deep live feed information.
Stuff. I mean,
We can
Terrence,
talk about it.
so
Do you
basically,
know,
it says,
X, do you know?
what it is.
What
I'll
did he
read
say? What is the question?
Question is, please ask Monty why he didn't tell Taylor the truth that he knew from Terrence about Joseph during the split. Why stay silent regarding Joseph, who is out of the house, and a friend who always had Taylor's back? Oh, I think I know what it is, because they played Joseph against her.
But that's not
Mon-
Monty's fault. That's not on Monty. Monty was on
he
the
could-
inside.
But he could have told her the truth and been like, hey, that was just for strategy. Why didn't he? That's what Mike is asking. I wouldn't have said nothing to her.
Okay.
You're in a game, but
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if you're Monty, you have to kind of balance that aspect of like game and personal. Like you want to tell her, but at the same time, you're trying to navigate the game. However, Monty, if you're watching this, me and you gotta have a conversation, buddy. Okay, I'm glad you took Taylor to
Monty will have a conversation with you in a second, bro.
If you didn't, brother, my foot was going all the way up your ass. Oh my god!
I got a serious follow-up question.
Yeah.
No, I'm
know
gonna
what
hold
saying?
back on it. I'm not gonna
You
do
can't
it,
take it from friendship to showmance and then do the dirt at the end, especially
So,
not with Taylor, bro.
That's where I
Ooh,
said
ooh.
I was saying it. I was like, Monty will regret for the backlash he will get cutting Taylor after sleeping with her.
Monty would have needed this whole bottle. He
Yep.
would have needed the whole
That would
bottle.
have been he would have been for the optics of it. I don't know, the
Ooh.
game and all that. The optics of it he would have been in serious
game.
shape.
He takes Turner. He probably win.
Yeah. Do you
Every
100%
other
feel that way?
No, fuck that. Actually, matter of fact, game wise, no. He should have taken Turner. There's already been a black winner. Monty, you fine. Enjoy second place. You'll be all right. You'll be
see,
all right.
X, you can say that. You can say that. Jesus, our show would be done if we did that.
Yeah, we'd
Listen,
be done.
Jessica,
We'd be cut off.
Jessica asked a question. I'm gonna just answer this quick because I don't want to keep making it about. This is a good night, positive night, but respectfully
Go ahead.
asking, how would someone address concerns similar to Kyle's responsibly and respectfully? Asking after the cookout
Okay.
success, it's
Great
logical to
question.
think races-based alliance will never. It's logical to think a race-based alliance could form again.
Yeah.
Okay, Jessica. That was Jessica, correct?
Jessica
Yeah.
B. Yep. Shout out Jessica thanks for the
Jessica
donation.
B. Great question. I don't think Kyle was wrong in kind of thinking that a Cookout 2.0 could happen. It's just if you're going to make that assumption, if you're going to think of that, if that's going to be your theory, you have to have evidence. If you don't have evidence, it's not going to work out for you. That's how you end up trending on Pop Crave with a hashtag with your name in it that also resembles a certain group of people who aren't very favorable in American history.
Right, correct.
So, you have to have evidence. I
Gotta
don't
be certain.
necessarily think people being afraid of a Cookout 2.0 is baffling. Like, dude, the Cookout is the greatest alliance to ever play the game of Big Brother. Sorry, committee.
And why Hold on.
Hey, that's all right. Hey,
Hold on.
listen.
Hold
Hey,
on.
we're
Hold
not
on.
trying to be the big.
I was in the committee.
Cody,
I know
right
that was
at
at
Hey,
me.
hey,
I know
listen.
who you're talking to.
Let him have that. Hey, let him have that because I know who the greatest duo is right here. I'm looking at
It
him.
doesn't matter. Yeah. Hey, listen. The committee was a means to an end to win.
Okay. Hey, whoa. I was in the Black Ops with Big D. Okay.
Yeah.
We could take you guys.
Yeah, that's a thing. Hey, happy for you, man. That's a great one.
You actually fuck X. You just threw me off. I had something I wanted to say, and you just fucking.
Hey, Cody.
Damn right I did.
Cody,
Damn, I
Cody,
can't remember what I
I'm
was
here to
about to
mix
say.
things up. I'm here to cause chaos.
I don't know.
Hey,
I
while
can't
you're
remember what I was
thinking,
about to
while
say.
you're thinking, this is a good one because we're stroking ourselves here. You guys
Go.
are the 3 of my top 5 favorite winners. Appreciate your gameplay and entertainment. Thank you. We thank you as well, Marcus. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, the funny
Cheers.
thing is Marcus Green. That name is in there, and that's like one of my boys from Temple. So I'm like that.
is it?
I know it's not Marcus.
Wow.
Because I know Marcus
Biased
is
comments.
not. I know Marcus is not donating in here. Because I was just with Marcus at a Temple Rutgers football game, and I know he's not watching. I also know he's not watching Big Brother, but I do know that there's a Marcus Green here, and I was like, hold on, I know it's not Marcus. He's not. He didn't text me either, so I know it's not.
Cody, you want to hit these other 2, or do you want me to hit them?
I don't have him up, and
I got you.
moved this
So
shit over.
Samira's coming at us again. Difference between
Okay,
Kyle,
great.
Mike, and Britt is about intentions. I don't think Kyle is racist, but rather paranoid, and it's not unreasonable given last season. However, Mike and Britt presented themselves as an ally when it was about their game. I got no response. You know how I feel about it. I agree.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm on it.
I
Samira,
agree.
you want to know how I feel about this? You're saying that Mike and Britt aren't allies because they held on to that information and then used it when it was advantageous in the game. You want to know what I say to that, Samira?
Let's hear it.
You're not wrong. Like, damn it, Samira. I'm sick of you and your questions. Okay?
Samira's she's
Bro,
on you.
She's crushing it with the questions. Like, I would like to see Taylor answer these questions because this woman, she on it.
Samira, you got to come up with a question for one of these house guests.
So all these, the thing that I'm thinking about all these circumstances, right, is the added weight that goes into a black person going into the season X. Do you agree or not agree? Like that's an added weight, which is why I think Taylor's win is like so fucking huge.
Yes. So this is where I think I was wanting to hit on this earlier, but then the rim. So like this is like as a result of what the cookout did, but the black players moving forward, they're talking about like, yo, Tiffany's my inspiration, and not even like black players, like players overall. They're like Tiffany's my inspiration. Xavier, he did all right.
X,
like,
you
Big
did
D's
X.
my
You
inspiration.
did phenomenal, bro. You were a beast. Yo, don't be doing him like that, yo. That's my boy.
But no, so like they're saying we're like their inspiration as players of color to see another player of color succeed and thrive, and this alliance of black people and POCs who literally have cemented themselves in Big Brother history. So like it was troubling for us because we're like, damn, did we ruin any shot that they had? Like, did we make it to where they stand no chance in these future games? Like, is the cookout going to be the only time POCs really thrive in this game and they dominate the game? But then to see,
we got that
Taylor,
answer.
Monty, to see, wait, hold up, time out. This is sidebar.
Approach the
Joseph
bench.
wasn't top 3. Joseph wasn't top 3.
No, it was Kyle, Michael, and Taylor.
And I'll tell you why I think Kyle was in there.
Joseph is my guy. What?
Is because I think a lot of people came to that
That's
realization.
the co-counsel. That's second chair.
Oh, dude, Joseph. But I don't know. I think
He wasn't
Joseph
on TV
was great.
enough. He was gone too early. That's what happens, man. You go too early, it's tough. Unless you're like
Fact.
a super polarizing figure, you go early, you're probably not getting it.
Yeah,
that happened to me on the challenge, but then I talk shit about Kyle and Alyssa. And
Yo, real talk. I mean, that's what. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything else, but like on the challenge, when I saw that side of you, you're like, F something. I'm rich. You're broke. I was like, let's go. I was like, thank God we're seeing X. I know.
The cookout knows this side too. Like it was crazy when people were like, "Oh my God, X is such a sore loser." I was like, I wouldn't have been a sore loser if they made a smart move when they was.
I agree with you.
Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna talk shit. I'm sorry.
I thought that move was
don't get it
piss
twisted.
poor.
I'm still that ninja because we're on a nice YouTube channel.
Hold
I got
the
you, Cody.
phone.
Don't
Hold
worry.
the phone. We don't want to get
No, I'm not
YouTube
gonna
is
get
all
y'all
over that,
canceled.
obviously.
Ninjas.
But
Cody, I got some more rapid. I got some more questions.
No, dude, X, I just love that you bring this side of yourself out. Like,
no, this is great.
If I'm comfortable, you see a different side of me.
Right, but I also
you got to see the
people...
X. You got to see the comments. People are like, "We never. Who is this guy?"
But you're like,
people are saying that literally.
Yeah, but you're an extremely intelligent guy. You're extremely successful. You are but you also have a personality that is amazing, and I love that. And you need to bring that out more.
My ladies here.
All right, hey, Cody, I got some rapid fires for you because we're getting them. We got a lot here. Guys, everybody giving us the shout outs. He said give it to us. All right, so this one's from Jordan. This isn't even they're busting your balls, but he's laughing. He's making a joke about it. Which move is worse, Cody not taking Victoria or Monty not taking Turner? Cody, you answer this one, brother.
I think mine was easily worse. Real talk, because Monty genuinely no bullshit. I went into it being like, I know there's a good chance I don't win, but I'm not going to bring Victoria. Monty actually went into it thinking he would win.
Real quick, Cody, when you were thinking about taking Victoria, I
never thought about it.
Taking Victoria.
Never thought about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you had that no thought about Victoria,
yeah,
were you like, damn, 50K is so good to me. I can take, I play soccer at Temple, so I don't even need student loan debt. Or were you like, you know what?
You are completely misguided. My student loan debt is still here. Because I've had the advice. So actually, I wanted to talk to you because you came out with student loan debt. So my advice was to not pay off the loans and allow the money to compound versus because the rate that it would compound at was better than the interest that I was paying on the loan. So I was like, okay, I'm cool with that. So I didn't pay off the loans and I continue making my payments and I let the money go, which right now is not doing well in the market. Anyway,
yeah, so
neither here nor there.
Fire that guy.
You want to know what I did? I took that mountain. Florida Gator just smushed it.
Well, so time out. You had 250K more.
Hey. We don't need to bring my occupation into this.
But you also, I'm bringing this into it. You had 250K more than I did.
Yeah, you definitely did.
No, you make a very solid argument. You know what I say to that, Cody? Because I don't really have a rebuttal to that. Shut up.
Hey, I got one for you. I think this is kind of obvious. I mean, I'm biased, but
I love you, X, bro.
The question is,
one, bro.
X,
fun, my dude.
X,
what's good?
Do you think you would have lost if you had taken Azza to the final two?
So here, I get this question a lot. So
really,
don't shake your head. Don't shake your head. Hold on, I'm gonna be real on it.
Okay.
All right. So the fear that I have with Azza is exactly what Taylor displayed tonight. Azza was Miss Miami. I don't know if y'all know that, but Azza is in the pageantry circuit. So if Azza had been in final two, I felt like the way she would have answered questions would have been very similar to Taylor. So do I think I would have lost? Ultimately, I think I would have won. I think anyone besides Tiffany, I win pretty handedly. But do I think Azza could have made several jurors reconsider? Absolutely. That woman is a phenomenal public speaker. Phenomenal.
She's done it. She's done our show a couple times. She's
a phenomenal public speaker. So for me, do I think I would have beat Azza? Yes. I'm sorry, but ultimately, I think I played a better game than Azza. Yeah, but do I think her speeches would have been just as good as mine, if not better? Absolutely. But so with that in mind, I was like, I can take Joe Frazier's son or Miss Miami.
No, you made the right call. You made the right
Joe
call.
Frazier's son, get your ass, come on down. Let's get you the final two. Go ahead and take that $75K. People are going to be mad at me about it, but I want $750,000. So,
Oh man, we got so many questions, Cole. What do you want me to do? All these people, and a lot of them are to X. You want me to keep hitting?
Bro, I don't know. I love everything you're bringing to the table because I think you're 100% right because you don't know. You knew going into it, okay, and that's what the other thing was. We would always watch you, and it's like X is the most. I thought you were just the most intelligent person on the season. You knew what you were getting into.
That's actually Hannah Chata, but I was number 3 probably.
Yeah, well, Hannah Chata is extremely intelligent, but she was also young on the season. So you had intelligence and maturity, where she is also very mature for her age.
Dude,
she's a 21-year-old that,
Hannah's just like a cheat code. Dude, if I had sat in final 2 with Hannah, I would have been like, look, she's a fetus. I'm a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
that probably doesn't help my argument.
I don't know about
but
that. You would have definitely failed in that
I would have
scenario.
lost. I would have been just like Monty when he was giving his speeches tonight. I'm like, damn, he
Monty,
ain't giving
yeah.
nothing. I feel bad for the guy. I know he really tried, but like, whoa, when he was speaking and when Taylor was speaking, I was like, dude, Taylor's moving me. When Monty was speaking,
Oh,
it's
for
just
sure.
like, no disrespect, but it was just like, dude, she's
None at all.
crushing you right now.
We're talking about as players. As somebody, X,
Fact.
you spoke extremely well. You got up there. Derek embarrassed me the first time that I was up there. I watched back the season 16 finale night. I'm like, you sucked, dude. You sucked so bad, Cody. And so, but also that's why I'm happy that I got my second chance, because I also was so overly prepared the second time. Where the two of you were similar in age the first time you played. I was a kid. I was 23.
Wait, Derek, how old were you when you
30.
won? Oh, okay, yeah. 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, 27.
And that at 27 to 23, even big difference in
Big
life
difference.
experiences.
Huge
Huge
dude.
difference.
23-year-old me, I would drop kick him in the chest. I would 300 kick him straight into that well to Neverland.
Early,
Like-
you're talking about the situation with you and Kai? Is that what I'm assuming you're talking about?
Dude, if I was 23 with that situation, oh my gosh, bro.
I had a,
Get the
Big D
I
and
had
I
a
was the
situation
final
with Zach. I
Yeah,
just was
I
like
was
that
there.
young, kind of hungry.
Right,
I was like,
you
I had to break that up.
I like kicked
was
him
"Whoa."
onto the pool table.
Yeah.
Honestly, in that situation, I could have been self-evicted. Like, I mean, not self-evicted. They could have evicted me.
You
I don't
guys
think it was on the
literally-
feeds.
You guys literally rubbed noses. It was bad. I was like, yo, I got to get this kid out of here. I need him to get, we got to get to the end. All right, I'm going to hit you with some rapid fires because we got a ton of them. Quick,
Bring it on.
quick rapids
I'm
here.
ready.
Xavier, would you have been
What?
would you have been upset over the headphones incident if you were sleeping and someone took the headphones off your head?
Nigga,
Sorry.
Shit. Again, certain things you can say we can't say.
Cody, I didn't mean to. It
I,
just slipped out.
I don't know
but,
what's
like,
gonna happen. We're
okay.
live right now.
Okay. Guys, players, people. No. Bro, she was wanting music. It was her music. She took the headphones off because you irritated her. At that point, like, it's like, bro, have you ever had a girlfriend and she's been upset with you and then you try to like be like, oh no, I'm more upset than you upset. It's not gonna work out for you, Pimpin. No, you gotta take that L, let her be as upset as she's gonna be, and just be like, you know what, baby, you're right.
Well, you heard it
You're
from X
right.
right there.
The
Amy,
headphones,
I don't agree, bro.
I shouldn't have been upset
X,
about
I
that.
don't agree with you.
She shoulda
Christy,
woken
I
him
love
up
her to
first.
death. She yanks headphones off of me, and I'm in the middle of sleeping. I'll be like, why? Why did you just do that?
Yep, and that's why your ass is on the couch. I'd be in the bed, snuggled up. I'd be like, come here. You know what, baby? Let me be the little spoon. Come on, get up on me. Come here. Bring it right here.
hey, shout out from Justin. Justin's been a
You're the
long time
best,
supporter of
bro.
the channel.
You are the
Justin's been with
best.
us. He's been with us for a long time. He says last 3 AFP, Davon, Tiffany, and now Taylor. Just a little note there. Alicia Levy says best duo alliance, the Cookout best group alliance. This season was tough to watch at the beginning with all the bullying. I love both of your opinions. Honestly, outlook on the game. Thank you. Alicia, we appreciate you.
Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate that.
Isaiah says, talk about Taylor winning and how it broke the gender trend. It has to been near the end of its third cycle of it being a girl, guy, guy.
Speak on that. All right, so I'll talk on this.
Okay.
Isaiah, that's a great question. So just so you know, myself, Derek, and Cody all think that's a great question because that's a very prevalent question that not a lot of people speak on. I think so. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Selfishly, I'm glad that the gender kind of trend didn't break with me. But after me,
Same.
you know what I'm saying? Like after me, I was like, yo, like I know Monty was like, yo, I want to coin my game right after X. That's my guy. I hope to see him on now tonight. And meanwhile, the whole time I'm like, Taylor, fucking hell. Like it's just rude. It seems like rude, but I was like, yo, I want to see a woman win. I didn't want to see them win because
think
like
about the last few seasons, bro. There's a lot of male winners.
you know what I'm
right?
saying? It was time. It was time, and for it to be
Statistically
black
speaking,
woman,
yeah,
I was like, yo, and she didn't even win a final HOH part.
which is
I
awesome.
was like,
But
yo,
did you
are
not
Are
know-
you kidding me?
Did you not know if I felt this? I was like, Taylor sits in final two. None of them stand
Oh.
a chance.
Oh,
Oh shit!
that's not me. That's not my fault. It's not my fault. Edit that out.
How many videos are getting clipped from this for people being like, look at Xavier. He's
Yo,
a
this
different
is a
person
real.
today."
This is the.
Don't care.
So many clips.
I don't care. Clip it all.
Hey, I got another
and
comment.
Use it as gifts.
I got another reaction comment for you here. This is a comment, not a question for X. X, as a white guy with a lot of older white family, I want to thank you for the conversations that the cookout was able to inspire. It was a relatable, easy way to help those out of touch understand bigger picture ideas. That's from Alex. So coming from white guy Alex, thank you for starting those conversations in his home. From white guy Alex. Everyone's trying to make you cry tonight.
I
think
know,
that's
bro.
what they're
Everybody's
doing.
coming for you right now.
No, that one was more funny. White guy Alex. You labeled him white guy Alex.
White guy Alex.
Like when I think of
Wait,
that, I
that's
think
his
like,
name?
Okay.
Did he
White
name
No,
guy
himself
it's
that?
Alex. It's
White
Alex.
guy.
You
Rasimov.
called him white guy Alex.
Yeah,
white guy
Alex.
Josh. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah.
just like you said, like you put the white guy label on it. Like I'm black guy Xavier. That's my Hotmail man.
Yeah.
Hit me up. Like
White guy Alex.
Wait till you see me
That's
when I
what
come
he
out of water, man. I'm just dripping.
right? Like you gonna see me on Tag or Vine or something. Hit me up. Like,
Oh, I want to get your. Oh, this is a hot topic question right here. I might get myself in trouble for this one, but I'll answer it too. Okay, this is from Michael. I think it's safe to say Taylor is the GOAT of Big Brother. I don't think anyone will ever top her story or everything that she accomplished. Do you agree? Guest goes first, Xavier. Do you think
Guess goes
Taylor?
first.
Do you think Taylor's the GOAT?
I don't think there will be a better Big Brother winner story than Taylor Hale. And y'all can take that to fucking Twitter. I don't care. Because we won, I won, you won. I don't think that any of us had a story as good as hers.
No.
Like I sat on the block 5 times. You know how I felt on the block? I was drinking this.
Wait, time
when I was
out,
on
bro.
the block.
You were on the block 5 times?
Right? It's wild.
Yeah, but you volunteered a couple times, didn't you?
Yeah. But I didn't even realize.
That's why I said when I was on the block, I was drinking this. When she was on the block, it was like, okay, what's about to happen? So the fact that she survived all of that and then still won, that's it. Like me being on the block 5 times doesn't mean anything to what she. When I was on the block 5 times, I was going up to like Big D, Hannah, Tiffany. I was like, so what are we gonna say to this person that's getting voted out? I was having fun. When she was getting voted out, she was literally having to talk to people and be like, hey, this is where I benefit your game. This is how I benefit
It's
your
tough
game.
being on the block.
If you keep me
knew it was
around.
up,
And then the person who put her on the block, she was going up to them being like, hey, I understand. I understand why you did it. I understand you're trying to make the best move for your game. And no matter what, even if I go home, I'll love you no matter what. Like, what?
So
That's insane.
So for Taylor, my quick thing, this is going to get hot water, but maybe Cody's
Oh,
going to do the
I'm
same.
going to hit the same thing.
So I'm going to be analytical here, okay?
Yes.
I think the biggest storybooks from start to finish, the arc of Taylor's story, probably the best in history. But when I think about the GOAT of Big Brother, I think about someone who can come back and do it again. And Taylor would not be able to come back and just be the wounded animal and get to the end. She would get voted out. You're going to have to win. So I got to put my man Dan Giesling as the GOAT still, because he came back the second time and he was the #1 target. Dan's funeral still made it to final 2. I gotta give him the GOAT status still, honestly. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm trying to be pragmatic here, and not get caught up in the moment.
You want me to answer the question? I'm gonna get canceled.
Don't do it then.
X. You relax. You answered. Derek answered.
Cody,
I'm gonna answer too.
These fans have to understand.
She's not the GOAT. It's a simple
I'm not
answer.
Scared of him. But
It's a simple answer. She's not
ultimately, my Big Brother GOAT, Derek, you played an amazing game. Cody,
Thank you.
You played a flawless game. But
Thank you.
Dan Giesling is my GOAT of Big Brother.
Okay.
It's just ultimate. The man made it. He came back twice. He made it to final 2 twice. Cody,
there's another person that did that.
No, I'm giving you your credit. The
Appreciate
only person
you,
who's
baby.
done
Come on now.
is Cody. But unlike Dan, you took Derek to final 2. That's very different. Dan took Ian. Ian, though I think he actually played a really good game, and I think he's underrated, Ian is not Derek.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen,
that's your fact. No,
and Cody, for me, and I'm being honest, I think the GOAT as a player, Dan Giesling, GOAT story, arc and
Taylor,
story,
100%.
Taylor.
Yes.
And honestly, I think the best single season game is this man right here. never
I
nominated
agree.
All-Stars, won more
Yes.
competition. I'm being honest. I mean, it's him.
I'm with you on it. Cody, you won unanimously. Never nominated. Never had a single. You by Big Brother. If you don't believe me, go check out the Big Brother wiki page.
Perfect
Because
game.
I focused on that, and I wanted to play a perfect game, and then Hannah tried to ruin that shit for me. But Cody, you played by Big Brother definition the perfect game. You won unanimously and never had a single eviction vote against you. Like, whatever people say, if they don't like you or
people don't like
just
me.
woo.
X, people don't like me. Come on now, people hate me.
Okay,
X,
people don't.
I
like
was
you, whatever.
I was in the all-white alliance of the All-Star season. I'm a racist.
Yeah, you fucked that up. I'm not gonna lie, you fucked that up.
But time out, X. I was in multiple other alliances too, bro. Come on now.
Oh, you're talking about your alliance with Enzo. So no, literally, I remember Kylan and I talked about, I shouldn't use Kylan as a good reference, but I'm gonna bring it up anyways. So Kylan and I talked, we talked about your game. We were like, dude, Cody just kind of steamrolled to the end, and we were both like, if I'm gonna win, I want to steamroll to the end. Why? Because it's painless.
Yeah.
It's easy, and you know what the fuck is gonna happen. I like to be in control. Cody, on season 22, there wasn't a single moment where you weren't in control.
Facts.
So it's hard for me because I played a game with Derek. So it was almost like, you play a game with somebody and you do it for 97 days, what season 16 was. And then you repeat it the next time. So that's why there's people like Derek, there's people like you who have played it their first time and they just do it. I was able to.
Cody, what's your answer for that? You didn't answer. What's your take on that? Go to Big. I know you said it's not Taylor. What's your take?
I think it's Dr. Will.
Dr. Will over Dan, you think?
Okay.
Still?
I think Dr. Will over Dan.
I mean,
I think Dr. Will was about
you ain't gonna get people to argue with you.
Dr. Will was about to be in the final three if he didn't the untied. So the final four competition for the All-Star season 1 was you untie yourself, and he was right there with Erica. He should have won that. And if he won that, it's him and Boogie. They end up going to the final two again. I think Will wins it again over Boogie. So
easily.
I think Will brought this strategy of put me on the block. I don't care. I am the best. And use that as a manipulative strategy to he's a doctor. So everybody knew he didn't need the money. Everybody knew that he didn't care because he already won the money, and he used it in a way that I thought was so fascinating. Because when I was going on to the All-Star season, I watched the full season 2 and the full All-Star season 1, and so it's hard for me not to say. Although Dan's back-to-back seasons are just wild. It's
impressive. We don't want to get caught up in the moment. Taylor, not taking anything from her, but we got to be pragmatic. I got 2 more questions. This one was easy. I'm going to answer for us. It's just basically if Monty and Turner are there, who do we think wins? I say Monty. Xavier, who do you say?
Wait, who wins?
Monty against Turner. Who wins?
Monty
wins. Agreed. Next one. Xavier, how well do you think you would have done this season? Also, how do you think Taylor would have done on your season? Ooh.
If Taylor was on my season, she would have been on the cookout. So she makes final 6 easy.
Right.
And if Taylor was in the position of Azah, I love Azah, but I think Taylor was a better competitor than Azah from a competition standpoint. Azah, do not kill me. I love your puff-ups. So I think Taylor actually would have had a decent shot to win that final HOH. Not to say that Azah didn't, because she only missed 1 question. I had to be perfect in order to beat Azah on that final HOH. But I don't know that Taylor would have missed a question because she was studying hard. Regarding this season, how do I think I would have done? So I get this question a lot, and I'm always curious. I'm like, are you saying how I would have done if I was a rookie?
Yes.
Or how I would have done being
known?
Cocky, but how I would have done being Xavier. If I would have been Xavier, are you kidding me? Kyle would have got me out.
Yeah, same here. I mean, if I go back, I didn't go back on All-Stars, and they were all like, hey, Cody, just a heads up, we were all voting Derek out.
Well, it doesn't matter, Derek. You made me my entire alliance for the All-Star season, so that's the only reason why I won.
That is true. That is true.
Hey, whoa, that's still speculation, Cody.
Quick thing.
That's sarcasm, baby. Come on now.
Quick thing from Laurel X. Love your answer about the headphones. Are you single? All jokes aside, incredible for doing this. You're all my favorites.
I'm not single. Actually, my lady's downstairs right now.
You heard it. You heard
So,
it.
sorry,
You heard it.
I'm not
I think
saying
I saw you post about her, so I mean,
Hang
most
on.
people know.
I did.
Yeah, I saw that. It
did.
was a
You
quick,
did,
like,
yeah.
subtle note. It was
I
like,
did.
hey, it was like,
Bro, y'all gotta know me. I'm low key, and she's low key too, which is why we're like perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Well-
she holds me down, I hold her down. We both just like we can go about our business and not care
Yeah,
about anything
That's
else.
awesome.
that's all that
But
matters.
yeah, she's actually downstairs while I'm up here screaming at a MacBook.
No, bro, we actually,
Camera.
I'm so happy how long you stayed on here and like the
For real.
conversation that we were able to have. It was like,
Dude,
awesome,
I don't
bro.
care. I got my cat. I got my Remy. She gonna have to
Yo,
deal tonight.
you
but
put
I'm
down
saying
that
this
bottle.
Being, yeah. I'm saying this being tough, but I know as soon as this laptop closes, she gonna be like, "Why was you on there so long?" And I'm
No,
like,
well, listen. Hey, go back. We're gonna get Sharon
sorry.
Tharp on here from Us Weekly. She's got to go do an interview. Xavier,
I love you.
Hey, Xavier. Any
I
final,
love
any
you, babe.
final words from? We want to give you the final floor here. Any final
right,
words about just anything in general? Obviously the season, but more importantly, what you got going on. We know you're
Okay.
kind of doing your thing, but the floor is yours,
got
my
you.
friend.
I got you. So here's what I was gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say about BB23 because people always bring up the cookout when they talk about this season. So whether you love us or hate us, nobody will ever forget the cookout. And whether you love her, which most people do, or hate her, you can't ignore, deny, or in any other way forget the fact that Taylor Hale was the winner of Big Brother Season 24. She's the first Black female, disregarding the, BB celebrity, because that was Tamar Braxton. But Taylor Hale is the first Black female to win BBUS. We're both from Michigan. I'm Xavier Prather.
How
I'm
you
from
doing?
Michigan. Taylor Hale, she's from Michigan. Basically, if any of y'all in the Big Brother house and y'all feel another player from Michigan, y'all gon' lose. We built different. And if we Black, you definitely gon' win.
Well, you know what? I feel like we would work together, but the only way to put all this to the test is for Big Brother to pull out the checkbook and do a winner's circle.
together. I'm just talking shit. It's the Remy. I'm sorry.
I love you, X. Yeah.
Hey, X, we appreciate you coming on, dude. Hey, as always, dude, congratulations on everything, what you
Hell
set
yeah,
forward.
bro.
Now you're just a retired bum like us.
Woo, it feels so good. I ain't got no pressure. I can send tweets out and not be, in the New York Post or Times or whatever. It's on Taylor now.
Taylor's the new. She's got it for a year.
Yeah,
Appreciate
she's
you,
gonna
brother.
have to-
Hey, have a good night, man. Be safe. Let's talk soon.
Yo, y'all be smooth. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, later.
you, bro.
Cody, I just sent you the email for Sharon. Back, I just wanted to let you guys know. So we have Sharon Tharp. She's only coming on for about 5 minutes, but again, she's kind of been the face of Big Brother as far as the media is concerned. X, he was amazing. We love X. That's a side of X
Holy
that we
shit.
see more than you guys get to
and
see.
I
But
love that.
yeah, I'm glad he opened up tonight. He seemed like he was a lot of stress off his shoulders. It represents more for him than just the season. So X is a great dude. We love
Holy
him.
shit,
We've
he's the
always said
best.
that.
And this
So-
side of him needs to be seen. Like, he is not this, like, I mean, when you go on Big Brother, which is why I think a lot of people, they
Did you
view
send that
me-
link? Did you send that
it's,
link?
It's out.
Okay, cool.
It's out. It's like you're so boring, and it's like when you go in there for business, which is what I think X did. There's a certain demeanor that you keep, and there's a certain way you act, and there's a certain way you treat the game, and so X is the best, and his personality is phenomenal, and I love
great
that
representative for the season.
and a great representative for the season. And we've seen it, but now I feel like a lot of other people got to see it. Everybody that was in this live got to see it.
Hey, I want to say Lissa M, biggest donation of the night, and she writes, "Goat, Derek Levasseur." She spelled my name right. Lissa, I love you. You're my favorite. I don't know what to say.
Dude, suck it, bro.
I love you. Hey, I just said you had the best single season game of all time. I mean, what else you want me to say?
Yeah, but now you're
All right.
throwing what they're saying into my face.
Of course I am, because I can't say it about myself. All right, so, and then to follow that up, Samira has to top it here. Dan is the GOAT by far. Hey, easy
Hold
now.
up, stand by, let me
Sharon's
switch
in
it
here.
over.
Hold on, we're going to switch this up real
No,
quick.
we're
and,
good. We're
Derek
right
is
into
second.
it. We already have it set.
All right, let me give an introduction real quick, because a quick little story, Sharon Tharp, Us Weekly, and last year she was supposed to come on. We got caught up, and I was like, next year, I'm getting you on. And she probably thought I was full of shit, but I'm not because she's here. She only has about 5 minutes. You got to go in literally like 7 minutes, right?
Yeah.
She's top priority. This is Sharon Tharp of Us
Real quick,
Weekly.
Sharon, what do you think? Overall thoughts? You've been talking about the season, the entire season. What's your thoughts? Just big picture on the season.
I mean, I'm just happy it ended this way. It was. There were moments where I was like, just end this season. I was so over it, and so I feel like this was the only fitting end where I'm not going to look back on this season and be like, oh, what a fucking terrible season, you know? So
yeah, it was a good ending. History made.
Sharon, were you a fan of Big Brother first, or was it like it's something that you started watching as you were with Us Weekly? Because you're like all in, and your articles are great. You review
Thanks,
everything.
Cody.
You interact with the fans phenomenally. Like you're always reaching out for questions from the fans. If you guys haven't looked into Sharon, you really need to follow her and need to follow all of her articles on Us Weekly because she interacts with the fans. She asks questions that you want to ask, and so. What
That's
made
why we
you
always
kinda
answer
get
you,
into
Sharon.
it?
Whenever you email me, like there's a lot of people that'll email me.
Yeah.
Hey, can you give an answer to this? It's you and what's the other guy? Darren. What's the other guy who does a lot of like reality TV? We just did it, Cody. You and I did like what are they up to now? I can't remember his name, but he's a big figure too, whatever it is. But that's why when Sharon always emails me or texts me, I'm always like, all right, I'm gonna answer her because
I appreciate
she's
it.
a true
I know.
fan.
You only do it for me. I know.
Yeah.
No, I've always been a fan since season 2, and I started covering it professionally for like a little website around season 11. That website doesn't even exist anymore. But then when I got to Us Weekly, no one was covering it, and I'm like, this is huge. So I kind of just jumped on it. So I've been covering it off and on, but like I feel like the last few years it really ramped up, which was exciting. But yeah, I appreciate all the love.
Well, you are in the media world. Like you're the only one. Like I would call it like mainstream because it's not a lot of like Big Brother sites. Like obviously you have like Hamster Watch and Jokers, but like Us Weekly covering Big Brother, you know that's a bigger thing. So I mean, yeah, it's a good thing. Is there anything that besides Taylor winning? Obviously, what did you think about Monty's decision to take Taylor tonight over Turner? I know what you wanted, but.
Yeah.
Strategically looking at it, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, is this a huge blunder or can you not really blame Monty because he clearly thought he was going to win either way?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he was thinking like basically what you guys were talking about earlier about like this new era almost where we're looking at different types of winners. And I think he was just thinking, you know, me and Turner, we've won comps. We're more out there strategically like that's a bigger threat. He highly underestimated Taylor's ability for public speaking, for just her story. So I think, you know, I get why he did it, but that's the old way of thinking, right? Like we're done with that after this season.
Who even knows how to play anymore? Like what's the strategy going in? Like what are you highlighting? Like what are you focusing on?
Taylor gave a route for somebody that sits on the block a lot, maybe it seems like they may be on the outs to win the season. And win the season, not just like close. I thought it was going to be unanimous. 8-1.
You thought it was going to be unanimous? See, I didn't. I thought it was going to be split.
Oh no, I thought it was going to be.
When she gave that speech,
I'm so pissed.
Well, I would hope.
I'm so mad I didn't tweet it.
I don't know, Kyle. You never know.
No, I knew it, and it's also she pulled on the heartstrings of each person. Do you want to just vote or do you want to represent something? And I was like, it's over.
I mean, do you guys think that's the best Big Brother speech I've ever heard?
You know what? I was just trying not to get too ahead of myself. I actually, initial thought, yes. I think it's the best speech in Big Brother history. And I haven't seen every season, but I was like, holy fuck. I thought that was a presidential speech. I was like, that was incredible.
How about
I challenge you to vote. I was like, what's happening right now?
Here's the difference. Taylor was over-prepared. Monty was under-prepared.
Yeah.
Rudy, I agree with you. You mentioned that he answered 2 questions with the same instance, with the same example. You can't do that.
I literally sat there and I was like, Monty, what, bro? And I also didn't agree with the way that he answered the first question because I'm sitting there and I'm like, but also I know when we went into it, and Derek, I know you did this the first time. I did not do this the first time. I'm like running through. In that final 3 week, I'm running through my speech drastic, like an overabundance of times because we're so bored. And I just didn't feel like Monty did that. And I felt like Taylor probably spent so much time by herself running through every scenario, how I want to answer every question. And so she just was like, I mean, in a class of her own, to be honest. It was wild.
Sharon, I know you got to go. Final thoughts, because I don't want to keep you. I don't want to keep. And although you'll probably sit in the waiting room for 20 minutes, you know that, right?
No,
yeah.
I think Sharon's number one. I think Sharon's number one.
You might be. You or ET. That's true. You're probably going to be right now.
I was told I'm number one for Taylor.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you gotta
Sharon's
go.
definitely number one.
Final thoughts. Get out of here. We appreciate you
I'm
coming.
just happy, and I appreciate you guys having me on. Like this long season, we got a good winner. We got a good story out of this. I'm really just happy for her. So
what's your Twitter handle? Yeah.
At Sharon Tharp. You can follow me there, Instagram, whatever.
You got it. Go follow her. She's definitely on the know, and she's got a little insight. She gets to call Big Brother directly. Sharon, enjoy your interviews. We'll be doing ours in a little bit.
Yes, I will be watching. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Sharon's great. I know you got to switch the scene right now. Sharon's great. She's been a loyal fan. Yeah. She's been following since us.
I'm going to let you take control. I have to pee so bad, but we're live right now. You're still rolling. Yeah,
go do your thing. So,
hold on, everybody check out my Giants, my banner.
Oh, my God.
Because we're 2-0. We're about to be 3-0 tomorrow. Actually, I don't think I can put that in there.
So I'm actually going to look at the questions while you guys are coming in, because the easier one, I just got my notebook out because we probably should start game time. And so our interview tentatively is in the next 30 minutes. We're going to be interviewing Turner first. Let me double check. I'll tell you right now, but I believe it is Turner first. So we're going to be interviewing Turner. Then it's going to be Monty or Taylor. It was supposed to be Taylor, but that was for America's favorite player, but she's also the winner. So I don't know the order they're going to do it. If I had to guess, it's going to be Taylor second and then Monty third. So as we're sitting here, you guys can just let me know in the comments any questions. Ask Sharon. I'm sorry, I didn't get to this in a while. I'll see if I can answer it. Who do you say to those? What do you say to those who say production played a big role in keeping Taylor? Obviously, I believe that Taylor's win. There's a lot of people that want to take her win from her. Production had nothing to do with it. That's a pretty simple one. They can't really have anything to do with it. The things that happened this year with Paloma and all those things that Cody had talked about that allowed her to stay, it just was fate. It was meant to be. Production didn't have anything to do with that. This is from Ed. And by the way, that last one, trying to give shout outs, was from Nawal. This one's from Ed Kelly. At what point while sitting there do you think Monty thought, I f***ed up? The minute after she gave her first answer to the question. Because it wasn't her best answer, but you could just tell the girl can speak. And she's like head and shoulders above him, and it was a wrap. And then that final speech, man, I don't know how much she practiced that, but she was ready. It was the best speech of all time. I'll give her that. She's not the GOAT of Big Brother, but that was a GOAT speech. I will say that. That was definitely a GOAT speech. But I just don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I had you in my head.
You could hear me? I mean, production didn't play a role in her win. Come on.
No, so the thing about Taylor is that the only reason why, I don't know, people may say that it's because the first week when in previous seasons, a house guest self-evicts, or there's like the fight that happened on season 14. The eviction still goes. Season 19, a woman self-evicted, and the week still ran as usual. That's the only thing people have said where I'm just like, okay, but also you don't know how the season aligns. So this is, the producers have to do what they have to do. With adjusting with self-evictions, which they don't plan for at all. Mm-hmm. I felt, and I heard you mention this, the season and the universe was speaking for Taylor, because there were so many situations where stuff happened in the house and then it went in Taylor's favor, and not like production had anything to do with it. I'm talking about moves made by players. Moves made by players created this path for Taylor, and then Taylor did a phenomenal job of speaking that into the jury when she was giving her answering her questions and giving her speech. This season, and I'm a big person for, like, you know, I'm big on like the universe talks, listen to the universe, go with the universe and do all these things. And everything just spoke to Taylor winning the season. I said this very early on. I'm like, Taylor's winning the season. I'm like, there's no way Taylor doesn't win the season.
Well, we said it a couple of weeks ago. I think I have a question from an audience member, because I want to know the answer to it. So I think we got our first question from the audience for Taylor. You ready for this?
Okay, let me do Taylor alone. Because I also think, because they said if America's Favorite's in the top 3, then we aren't doing that. So I think Taylor is, what are we,
I think
Taylor
she'd be second? Yeah.
Was that in the email?
Well, it said AFP second, so I don't know if they're going to keep her in that second slot or move her to the winner.
So if one of the players won AFP, then I think she'll whatever the other slot. Yeah, she's going to be last.
Okay. So this is a question from Eric. I think it's a great question that I want to know the answer to. Do you think Taylor gained last minute votes from her speech? We could ask her that, but what I really want to know is, can you ask Taylor what Nicole said to her in the backyard when they hugged? Because they were talking and like it was a serious conversation. I'm curious as to what that answer is.
That's a great
so
question.
I think we should ask her that. We could also ask her, I mean, what do you think? Because I think we should have probably 3 questions for each person going into it.
Yeah,
right?
so hold on. What did
Nicole say to you in the backyard after you won? Because that was something I was like, what are they talking about? I think it was probably, hey, you're going to see here's some things we need to talk. I think she went right for it, which, to be honest, probably isn't the time to do it. But maybe she wanted to get to her before everybody else did. I don't know. Do you think we should ask her the first part of this question?
I got to be honest with you. I can understand that, right? Because Nicole's been out. She's been seeing social media. If I'm being 100% honest with everybody that's in here, social media is extremely, extremely toxic. Extremely toxic. And they don't want to put anybody in a negative light because they also feel like they're like doing justice for the person that they're a fan of. I don't think that helps in any way. Because these people live together, they interacted together, and there were relationships that built. You're on the outside. You're on social media. You don't have a relationship with this person. You don't need to stick up for them. Taylor is a very independent, strong woman. She'll make her judgments for herself. She'll watch the show. She doesn't need people on social media telling her how she should feel about the other people on the show.
She is a very independent thinker. She's a very independent thinker. Do you think we should ask the second part of his question? Taylor, do you think you gained last minute votes just with your speech? Like, do you think it was? Or do you think
I think the way that we can ask that question is, Taylor, your speech and the answers to your questions were so elegant and incredible. Do you think you gained any votes from that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because it was wild.
Yeah. That could be a question. So, do you think you know?
I have that written down. I'll ask that one.
Okay.
Do you want to ask the Nicole one?
Yep, I'll ask the Nicole one. Okay, so we have 2 questions for Taylor right now. The Monty one that we have, you're going to ask that one, right?
Do you think you could have done better with jury management, and do you feel that it was clouded because of your relationship with Taylor?
Okay, that's good. So we have 3 questions so far. We need about 9 total. Let's come up with one for Turner.
Yeah.
Because I think Turner, you know, in hindsight, I'm trying to think of what we could ask him. You know, I think a good question, a simple one is.
I want to answer this question because Jesse Gonzalez said this. Do you think AFP was rigged? Do you feel like Cal was second after Taylor, but BB didn't want to give it to him? You're saying because the winner of Big Brother usually doesn't win AFP? Is that where your basis is coming from? Because Taylor was clearly, I mean, it was no question that Taylor was going to be the highest vote, like by a
all
mile,
season,
right? So I don't know to that.
I got a question for Turner. It was 8-1. You were the sole vote for Monty. What was the ultimate? You said you made your decision right before putting your key in. What was the deciding factor? Because I want to know what it was because nobody else saw that. So what was it for him that made him vote that way? And I wrote it down so I can ask that one.
Okay,
it was 8-1.
That's you.
You were the sole vote for Monty.
Yeah.
You said you voted right before you made up your mind. You said you made up your mind. Up your mind right before.
So I have another one for Turner.
Before. Why? What's the other one for Turner? By the way, guys, shoot us some questions while go Cody. Hit
for Turner, it was a lot of times in his goodbye messages, he didn't want to say he had any hand in the moves that were being made, and he almost like played like the Paul sympathy route. Do you think that's the best way to gain jury management because it wasn't really going in his favor? You know what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
Because people weren't liking that. I felt like Turner would have been the easy win for anybody sitting next to him because they didn't like how he was doing with his goodbye messages and his jury management.
Later, dude. Later, dude. This one right here is from Samira. Samira, you've got some good stuff tonight. The only shock tonight was Terrence's vote. I'm going to be honest. I didn't say this on camera, but I told Cody this, and I don't even know if you remember this, Code. Yeah. I said right out that Terrence was probably going to vote for Taylor. And we were talking about this when we did our announcement on who was going to win Big Brother 24. And the reason I said, because just like us, a lot of different interviews with him involved him being hammered about his treatment of Taylor. I think optically,
psychologically,
I definitely think
it's
he
almost
definitely
like
thought she deserved it.
Why did Christine not vote for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's a psychological aspect to why people vote how they vote.
Yeah, he got hammered by everyone for his treatment of Taylor and the things he said. He must have seen that the narrative out there was not good, that was an opportunity for him to save face. Now, I still think he might have voted for her either way, but that was probably a little extra incentive for him to go with Taylor because of what he was hearing from the outside world. And anytime you get any information from the outside world, you run with it. And he realized, I think, that very early on that he was getting hammered for it. Taylor, was there any point during the jury questions that you knew you had it in the bag, or did you think Monty could still win? I don't know. I mean, it's a good question, but I don't know if we should waste one of our questions on that. Next one, Lisa M. Turner, did Taylor talk to you before the live show to warn you about her final two with Monty? Or did Monty give you a heads up before that he would choose Taylor? I think I can answer that. Monty definitely didn't give him a heads up, because that would be the dumbest thing he could do, because Turner could have won and not taking him because of that reason. So I don't think that's I think that's pretty straightforward. Question for Turner. How do you feel about Taylor winning? It's kind of tough to answer one question on that. Kim,
I like this one. Was there any way you would have taken Taylor, or did you know her journey in jury management was solid?
Yeah, go with that.
Was there any way you were going to take Taylor?
Yeah, was there any world where you would have taken Taylor?
Silver Web Surfer, thank you for that.
Shout out Silver. Silver, was it a random pick from the bag? No, he said he picked like 5 seconds before, but I'm going to ask him. Rhonda, thank you. I know Rhonda. She made my cake. I still remember the name. This is for Turner. Was there any way you would have... this is the one you just asked. Solid jury management, okay. Turner was a sole vote for Monty. Was it random pick for bag? I'm reading ones we already read. Don't forget to break the news to Taylor about... Yeah, I think we should definitely do that. So
hold on, so I have that up.
You have that one, right? You're going to tell her. So I have the question about the backyard from Nicole. Did you have a question for Taylor yet?
Yeah. My question, you were doing the Nicole one, and mine was, do you feel like you gained any
votes in that last minute just by your speech?
Yeah.
And then you also have the breaking of the news that she won. Okay,
she
so
was
that's
the favorite
basically
reality
3 for
star.
her. That's basically 3 for her. And we want to go with unique questions. We're trying to change it up. I think Taylor asked Nicole how her mother was. She's genuine. I bet $50 on it. I highly doubt she asked her in that moment, hey, how's your mom? Question for Turner. Do you think being the only vote for Monty is a mega bussin' or mega discussin'? If we can't come up with anything better than that. Hoodie Allen. I wonder if that's Hoodie Allen is that Hoodie Allen the rapper? Or is that someone just made up his name? It looks like Hoodie Allen the rapper.
Where?
Like that donated. I think Hoodie Allen watches Big Brother. Shout out if that's the real Hoodie Allen. It has a check mark next to it, so I think it is. Hoodie.
I think I missed it. I don't see it.
I think it's Hoodie. Somebody in the comments tell me if it's Hoodie Allen. I'm pretty sure it is, and I believe he's a Big Brother fan. Hoodie Allen. If
Why
it is you,
why am I missing this? Where are you clicking?
I got it up on my webpage, and I see all the runnings across. It was the same way you just read the other question.
Yeah.
I think it's verified. I think that's him.
Do you think being the only vote for Monty is mega bussin' or disgust?
We could tell him it's from Hoodie Allen. I have a feeling, Hoodie, that if it's you, I have a feeling that Taylor isn't. That Turner isn't a Hoodie Allen listener. He doesn't look like it. Maybe he is. Maybe I'm judging. Mega bussin'.
I love how it's mega bussin'.
That'd be dope if it's Hoodie. I definitely know he's a fan. Katie Wood, ask Turner what really happened at Direfest. You think it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ask Turner what really happened at Direfest. Was he mad at Kyle for exposing the leftovers? Feeds went down for 3 days. What did the wall yeller say?
Oh, shit. No, absolutely not. We're not bringing any attention to that because, quite frankly, I cannot stomach wall yellers. And if I ever actually was around a wall yeller, I'd probably put him in a headlock and fucking chokeslam him. So if you're a wall yeller, I would allegedly do that. So if you're a wall yeller, you're never getting any questions asked on this basis because you're a piece of shit.
You guys should ask Turner, is there any decision that you think you could have made that would have changed your circumstances in the game and gotten you to the end and even gotten you the win tonight? I mean, that's a decent question. We only have one for him so far, right?
Hold on, I'm trying to get this Taylor one because it's like you were voted favorite reality star for the E! News TV Scope Award, which is the first time ever that a Big Brother player was voted to win one of these awards.
Write that up.
How does that make you feel?
Yeah,
and
I think that's a great one.
That's
I think we start off with that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we'll start off with that one. You do the Nicole one, and then I'll do the.
Yep.
Okay.
So Taylor's done. No more questions for Taylor. We got her covered. But for Turner, because we only have one for Turner, and I don't have any for Monty yet. You have one for Monty, right?
Yeah. Yep. I have one that's like /2. It's like 1 and 2.
What do you think about this one for Turner? Is there any decision that you think you could have made that would have changed your circumstances in the game and gotten you to the end and even gotten you the win?
The reason why I wouldn't ask that is because Julie kind of touched on that, and he said something about like keeping Michael.
Yeah, he was a deer in the headlights.
Which is like that's not the right answer anyway.
No. Turner, why didn't you bring up that Taylor would have been the female? Turner, why didn't you bring up that Taylor would have the female vote if Monty took her to the final 2? That's a great question. I honestly want to ask that because I saw it, you saw it. Like we knew she's been saying female all season. Why didn't Taylor use that to try to convince Monty he should take him more? I think he felt like he had Monty already, maybe.
So you're saying why didn't Turner say that again?
Why didn't Turner go to Monty before tonight and say, hey, man, just a heads up, we can't take Taylor. If you do, she's going to do the female thing. She's going to have all the females to vote for her.
Probably out of fear of being called a misogynist and a sexist.
So just that's
I'm not asking that question because that's straight up. Like, would you, if you were on the show, would you go to another male and say to him, hey, there's 4 females in the jury, we should probably stick to the 2 males?
Yeah, that's basically Kyle.
You get crucified.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
I guess
but you know, so
you're right.
That's why we don't want to ask him that because I don't know.
Then production influenced the jury because Indy, Jas, Terrence, and Alyssa were all questioned about Tay's treatment, and they all went for hating her too. I love Taylor. Oh, okay, so basically Samira is saying then production influenced the jury because Indy, Jasmine, Terrence, and Alyssa were all questioned about Tay's treatment. You know what, Samira? I'm not going to disagree with you there. I think it's a valid point. When the jury members are allowed to be asked questions by the media, and the questions are all the same, all pertaining to the treatment of Taylor, etc., they know in the jury house that there's a narrative out there. They pick up on it because they're looking for.
We talk about that all the time, yeah.
So absolutely, Samira, you're right. Could that have influenced their decision where they're sitting up there as jury members realizing Taylor's the underdog of the season and everyone in the outside world is rooting for her and I want to be on the right side of history? Again, not diminishing Taylor's win at all, by the way.
No.
But Samira, great point. I have to agree with you.
I mean, we saw something early on in the season where it was when Daniel was on the block to go home, and there were certain things said in the house that made it seem like, okay, the house is starting to pick up on what is going on around the treatment of Taylor. And it was like Taylor mentioning, I hope the treatment of him isn't like too harsh when he gets out of the house. And Brittany, it was a conversation between Brittany and Taylor, and I remember seeing it being like, wait a minute, this was an interesting thing for 2 house guests to say to each other other than something they're putting together from the questions that they've been asked by production. So, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to say. It's tough to say whether or not that weighs on people in the house. Like, I know for me, when we were in the DR, they ask a million different questions, and I always made sure I listen to it, but I don't let my game be skewed to what I'm being asked in the diary room because I always felt like I trusted my gut the most.
I got a question about for Monty. It's from Justin, and it's good. I'm going to change it up slightly. Mm-hmm. Turner told you his jury management was poor, but you still chose to take Taylor to final 2. Why? Well, you can't believe what the other person's saying. They're always going to downplay their game.
Always.
But
like
I want to ask Monty.
Right?
I want to ask Monty. What was ultimately the reason that you decided to take Taylor over Turner? Turner seemed like the easier road, but yet you chose to take Taylor. Why?
But we make sure you say kind of like hindsight because Monty doesn't really see that.
Yeah, I want to ask him what his thought process though, why he decided to take Taylor.
Absolutely.
Turner, I'm writing that down. If you want to read
you were voted favorite reality TV star. No, you were voted favorite reality star on the E! News TV Scope Awards. This is the first time in history that a Big Brother player was voted that award. How does that make you feel knowing now you've been America's favorite, won the Big Brother show, and our E! News TV Scope Awards? Save
some for the rest of us, Taylor. Next one. For Taylor, who are you taking on the Princess Cruise, girl? Let's go Big Blue. She probably doesn't even know yet.
Are we talking about Big Blue as in the Giants? About to go 3-0 next on Monday? So we have, how many do we have for Monty? 2?
I have one for Monty on my end. How many do you have?
I have 1/2 for Monty. It could be a little bit longer. So I guess we
Okay.
need one more for Monty.
One more for Monty. I have one for Turner, and I have one for Taylor on my side.
And then
Hoodie
I have
Allen
one for Turner.
So we need one more for Turner, definitely. Hoodie says, I'm calling him Hoodie already. We're best friends. I'll commission a rug. He says, I'll commission a rug from him to earn his fandom. I'm assuming that's
Love Turner,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, Turner. Keep up the good work, gents. Love the updates all season. Fucking, the world is weird, man.
What is going on?
What is going on, dude? Shout out Hoodie. I'm going to listen to some Hoodie tonight now because of that. That's dope.
Yo, Faith, shout out. Thank you for the compliment on the glasses. I appreciate it.
GlassesUSA.com.
Glasses USA.
Just saying. Ask Turner about the LGBTQ plus Michael eviction.
Oh, that's a phenomenal. Because here's
one.
the thing. It would be unfair for us to not ask Turner about it when we hammered Michael on that.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair for us to kind of hold
what
out
do you
on that.
think about Michael bringing up the LGBTQ plus community during his eviction? So I have two questions for Turner. I have
one.
So I think we're good.
Yep.
It was 8-1. You were the sole vote for Monty. You said you made up your mind basically seconds before putting the key in. What was ultimately the reason you made that decision? That's question one I have for him. And then the second
I'll do question 2. You do question 3.
Do question 3.
So
What's
my
question 2 for him?
was there any way you would have taken Taylor to the final 2 after?
This is why we rehearse, boys.
Was there any way you would have taken Taylor to the final 2? Shit, I can't remember the thought that we had in that moment.
Was there any way you would have taken Taylor to the final 2?
Or I think it was more so like, did you even have any conversations to try to?
Yeah. Was there anything that would have changed your mind and you would have taken Taylor to the final 2 if you won? And then for final question, what did you think about Michael bringing up the LGBTQ plus community during his eviction? You were kind of had a thing between commercials there where he was calling you out for saying that and then deciding against them. What's your thoughts on that? So that's Turner. He's done. Monty, I have one question. How many questions do you have for him? You said you have 1/2?
Yeah, so my question for Monty is, do you think you could have done better with jury management? And on the back end of that, do you feel it was a little clouded based off your relationship with Taylor?
Okay, that's one. And you're saying the second part is that second half of it? Do you think it was clouded?
So it's like, yeah, do you think you would have done? But I'm going to ask it as one question anyway.
Okay.
So we should probably.
And then I have, Turner seemed like the easier road. Why did you ultimately take Taylor? What was it about Taylor that made you say, I have to take her?
I'd say from the outside, Turner seemed like an easier road.
Yeah, from the outside, he seemed like an easier road. We probably should have one more for him.
Definitely.
And so hit us with a bunch of Monty questions right now, guys. Comment for Taylor.
I would love to ask him about how much he prepared for his final eviction speech, because it just seemed like Taylor was just over prepared.
Buddy, I don't think his speech was that bad. Hers was just that great. I mean, he's like,
do you think
want someone for competitiveness? I won this. You want someone for social? I did this. Well, I thought it was like he had bullet points,
but like
she just was unbelievable.
Yeah, I just felt like his answers to the questions weren't as good, because like, I know you did this. I didn't do this the first time, but I did this the second time. It was like, how am I going to get ripped? Like, what is the most negative question a person could ask me? And I would always go deep, like almost like how they asked Monty questions for the second go around. Cause also I got like crucified the first go around. I was like, they're not going to ask me layups. So we're going to be the negatives that they asked me. So I prepared in that sense. And I feel like Monty didn't.
So, I mean, we could ask him now if you want to say, hey, man, how much did you prepare for your final speech? And
no, I don't want to do that to him, because it almost feels like we're going to put him on the spot.
No, and by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, we're about 20 minutes away. We're going to be going live. I believe we're the only ones doing this. We're the only ones last year. So if you're getting tired, have a drink, keep it going. I still got some over here.
We still have plenty of people in here, and everybody that's in here sticking it out with us, we appreciate it drastically.
Right now, we got 7,000 people in here. 7.5 is what I'm seeing. Is that correct?
Yep.
7.5 thousand people, about 20 minutes away. we're going to be doing our interviews. That's where it's going to get fun. So we're going to have live interviews. It might get a little chaotic, so you got to bear with us because we have to switch over to Zoom. So Cody's on the computer there, switching everything up. He's controlling everything. But we're going to have a Zoom with Turner, Taylor, and Monty. You're going to see it live. There's no editing. We're not going away and then posting it later. You guys will be here first. Your comments will be popping up as they are in the room with us. It's that simple. So we need the way I'm looking at it.
Thank you for everybody that's in here. I mean, we don't really do it because it's like very fast paced, but like everybody that's in here that's chatting constantly, we really do appreciate it.
Someone said, make sure you, Taylor, make sure you have a good rep for the Lay's. Try to get you an endorsement with Lay's.
Yo.
Amy Hinote, she says to Turner, in your bullying speech, what did you see here that made you give that speech? Was it game or something that triggered you? I don't know if we're gonna hit him with that. It's a good question, but
that question, straight up, that question is to try to find out whether or not production had any involvement. That's what it feels like to me, and I don't want to do that because also, listen, you guys got to understand that we also have a great the fact that we're interviewing the house guests tonight after the live show is like a privilege, and CBS doesn't have to offer this to us.
Yeah, no, it's a whirlwind for them too. He's probably not going to give us a good answer. I can tell you that much. It's too deep. Someone else asked Turner, when you got evicted from the house, you took the eviction and Monty's reasoning for it very well. What was your thinking as you were on your way to talk to Julie? I mean, we could keep it on the list of things if we have another one.
Say that one again.
When you got evicted from the house, you took the eviction and Monty's reasoning for the eviction very well. What were you thinking as you were walking out the door to talk to Julie?
I don't know. I think we kind of saw it. He ended up voting for Monty anyway.
Yeah. So Hi, Legends. Loving the podcast. This isn't a BB question, but you will, you two will you ever do the Amazing Race together? I've always said if I was ever going to do another show, if the time was right, they called us, I would do the Amazing Race with you. I would. If it worked, if we weren't filming or whatever, I would definitely do it. Maybe ask Monty if he realizes how good Taylor was doing in her questions, and that made him nervous and caused him to be a little bit rattled with his answering. I think we're going to kind of get that in there. We could ask that too. Did you while Taylor was speaking and answering her questions, did it hit you that maybe she had done more in the game than you had given her credit for, than you had realized before she started talking? Or do you think it's like too early for that?
I think that's a fair question, but I also feel like Taylor's speech was more so like prepared. I don't think she like highlighted anything she did additionally versus what Monty maybe thought. I think she just crushed it. I think Monty, after her first question, was like, fuck.
Okay. I got one. Samira is like the GOAT tonight, honestly. It's not too deep, but I think it's a good question. Were you shocked by the 8-1 vote, and why do you think that was the case?
Oh, for Monty.
Yep. Yeah. Samira.
So we have three for Samira. We have 3 for Turner, 3 for Taylor, now 3 for Monty.
I have 2 for Turner on my end. You have 1, correct?
Yep.
And I have 2 for Monty on my end. You have 1.5.
Yep.
And then you have 2 for Taylor, and I have 1, correct?
Right. So you're doing the Nicole one. So
yep.
I'm not asking that.
The 8-1 vote.
Yeah.
Why do you think that happened?
All right, so we're prepared for that.
And we could still do it here. I'm going to try to hit up Tiffany because we do have like 20 minutes, but I mean, I'm sure she's partying her face off right now.
Yeah. It's tough too because she'll also be coming in on her phone.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to ask her where she is. If she's in a party, I'm going to be like, nah, we're good.
Well, they're like Azza and Kylan are hosting that like after party.
That's what I'm saying. But she said she was going to try to get away. I'm hitting her up right now.
What do you think about Taylor using her?
You got to read these questions out loud, Cody.
So
silent.
Bree goes, what do you think about Taylor using personalized gift as a jury management tool? Example, Indy wearing the dress Taylor gifted her. I think that's just part of Taylor's jury management.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how prepared Taylor was. Taylor was just like so prepared for it, which obviously we saw with every answer that she gave in her final speech, but it just was, Taylor was ready for everything. And one thing that you noticed that Taylor did was every time she got a question, she thanked them for their question. That's pageantry 101.
And always complimented to him.
Complimented the person that asked, made them feel good. You always saw the person that asked a question smile, and then hit them with a phenomenal answer.
Compliment.
Class. She just was straight class.
Monty, how much influence did you have in the game with each HOH? Clearly not enough. Monty, was breaking off things with Taylor right before Final 3 a game move to refocus or personal due to what was not shown, or a mixture of both? He's probably not going to answer that. He basically told Julie, I plead the fifth on anything.
Yeah.
With that. Monty,
what do you think about that?
Him pleading the fifth?
No, I mean, do you think that he was thinking game, or was it more personal? He was just like, I can't do this anymore.
I think he was pissed about the headphones. I think it was completely personal.
And he was just like, I'm done, dude. I can't even.
Yeah, because I think you almost forget you're playing a game in there.
Yeah.
Monty, why do you think you lost Terrence's vote? Again, I think that's going to be answered in the 8-1, right? It was 8-1. Why do you think that was? He's going to kind of do all encompassing.
Somebody goes, it's E-News Scoop Award. Yeah, no, I have that. You were voted favorite reality star on the E-News TV Scoop Award.
There we go. See, not just a hat rack. We're there.
No, but I probably said scope.
Okay. Well, hey, they're making sure we don't sound dumb. That's a good thing. We appreciate you. Ambidextrous? You mean dyslexic?
What's ambidextrous?
Is you can use both hands.
You know why I saw that? Because I saw like a football player that could throw both hands.
Yeah, you can throw both hands. Why? You making fun of me because I'm ambidextrous?
Dyslexic, ambidextrous.
Yeah, got it.
That's so similar, bro.
So similar. This is the winner of Big Brother All-Stars right here, folks.
Yo,
best single season
doing
game
that
in
shit.
history.
Stop doing that shit. I told you I'm not like the most literate person of all time.
Now, if you had a prescription for glassesusa.com, that wouldn't happen. Those are just blue light blockers.
Yeah, but also I don't think it has anything to do with me not being able to read it.
Absolutely
not.
I'm
just an
Absolutely
idiot.
Not.
You know what I need to read, Derek? More books.
More books. More. I have to put my head in a book. Ask all of them. Do you know what the Final 4 or Final 2 deal was? Because none of them stayed true to it. Oh, do you know what a Final 4, Final 2? Yeah, that's kind of normal for Big Brother, to be honest.
Yeah, but also this season was a very interesting season when it came to like the Final Fours, the alliances, because the alliances never really held true for often, and the Final Twos, other than like Nicole and Daniel, which that was a nightmare of a Final Two because everybody knew they were a Final Two. There was not a lot of loyalty here.
I have a great question that came directly from Shayna Lee, 100% squeezing it in if I can, and it's a quick one because I said to you it would have been the right move. Monty, did you ever think about throwing the final HOH?
Oh, we talked about that. So, Derek, I think you should fill everybody in on like kind of the conversation that we had.
Yeah, I mean, I basically said, hey, if he's smart and he's got the intestinal fortitude to do it, he throws that final HOH. Turner's taking him. He gets Taylor's vote. Monty probably wins unanimously.
Yeah, easy. But
and he knew Turner was gonna take him.
In that situation, you're in the final 3. You're in that final spot for the chance to guarantee yourself in the final 2.
I know. Imagine you throwing it and getting cut.
Right? Like, I don't know that in any situation I'd be able to do that.
Anthony asked, joke question, but not really. Are y'all going to work with Taylor if there were a all winter season? I'll say this. It's always hard to say it, but I felt like Taylor, for the most part, was loyal to the people that was loyal to her. I didn't really see her saying to someone one thing and then burning them on the other side. Obviously, she's there to win for herself, but she did stay loyal to the people that were good to her. So I would absolutely work with Taylor because she is a trustworthy person, can definitely win some comps, and clearly I just don't want to be in the final 2 with her because I'm not going up against that speech. No way.
No way.
Taylor, how did you feel about Amira exposing the We're not going to ask her that, but let's talk about it real quick.
What was it?
Amira using her answer, like, what was the biggest surprise of the season? Amira goes, biggest surprise was the showmance between Monty and Taylor, and all they did was zoom in on Joseph. You don't remember that part?
Oh, I might have had to come in here to get ready for the live.
She goes, the biggest showmance, the biggest surprise of the season was the Monty Taylor showmance, and they zoomed in on Joseph, and he was just like, and they were like,
I feel do you think that they keep playing that up, or do you think that Joseph was like?
I think Joseph had feelings for her for sure, dude. Yeah, for sure. I really do, and maybe. I think because every time he doesn't know the camera's on him directly, he looks like he dies every time they say it. So I completely believe that was hurting him. And then Julie's like, what's going on with you two? And Taylor's like, We're just friends at the moment. It's just we're seeing where things go, and Monty's like, I plead the fifth, and I think that partially was because of Joseph.
I mean, Joseph kept like I don't know. They would always play that up, which in my opinion, when you're seeing that edit, I don't know how true it is to what actually are the feelings.
Well, she asked
like
him. She asked him on finale night. She asked him on finale night, jury
Monty
segment,
and
like,
Taylor,
hey.
yeah.
And she also asked Joseph,
Joseph,
what do you want to see happen with Taylor? He's like, I hope she hits me up outside of here. So it was early. Looking at Joseph, I don't think he's going to do pretty. He's not going to struggle with
Joseph was flirting, and like let's call a spade a spade. Joseph was flirting with every girl in the house.
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Come on,
Monty. Early on, did you regret telling Paloma that Taylor was going after you guys? I mean, that's he kind of answered that tonight a little bit with the Michael Brittany thing. He didn't really mention this as his biggest mistake, so I don't think he did. Tracy Corson, $50 donation. Thank you so much. Love you, boys. Winners with heart. Hey, not for nothing. What a moment with Xavier tonight, huh? With Samir's question.
Phenomenal.
I was like tearing up. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I appreciate Xavier coming on here and just like being as like open and vulnerable as he is, because sometimes it's hard to have these conversations. And so like it's awesome also to see that personality side of Xavier and just let him come on here and be like open and be like really who he is, which I've said it multiple times. I just would love for Xavier to show more of that.
I think there's a big stress off of him because, he is, as you win Big Brother until the next winner's crowned, you're kind of like a representative of the season and, you got the current crown. Now that he's kind of on his own, I think he's like, hey, you know what? He's retired now. You know what I mean? It's Taylor's moment to shine and it's her year.
And he can show that appreciation. Like he still is excited about it. Like we saw his excitement tonight, but like he doesn't want to, he's not the kind of guy that wants to steal that spotlight. He just wants to enjoy her success, which I can appreciate.
I do. But that was a moment, man. Hey, a comment for Big Brother 16. BB16 was the best season. Do you guys still talk to Zach, Frankie, Beast Mode, and Nicole? Love you guys. I talked to most of those individuals. That's what I'll say. I don't know what you want to say.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Nicole since All-Star season. So I think, I'm pretty honest about that. I'm pretty open.
Yeah, if you're being honest, I haven't talked to Nicole either. I briefly did talk to her after All-Stars. We cleared the air and agreed that we're probably better off just doing our own thing. Nothing bad, but it got a little weird for Big All-Stars, and we decided just not discuss it anymore. And we wished each other the best with our families, and that was the end of it. But still talk to Zach, Frankie, and Beast Mode all the time.
Yeah.
So that's really that with that. We're only about 5 minutes away from our first interview. So, guys, if you want to get a drink, if you want to get some chips, if you want to get some cookies, I could go for some chips right now. Cool Ranch, Doritos.
Dude, I'm going to crush food when this is done.
I know. I'm with you. If you want to get something
shout out to y'all.
eat,
Met Cody in Montreal, and he was the nicest guy. Would love to see y'all on The Amazing Race. Dude, how badly would we crush The Amazing Race?
I think we'd win. Honestly. I think we'd have the overall setup to get to the end. But, I mean, who's not going to say they would win, But I do think we'd win. Can you drive manual?
Yeah.
Okay, see, I can't.
Clutch, shift, gas?
I had a motorcycle, but I know it's different.
Clutch, brake, shift down.
Yeah, I'd figure it out if I had to on a leg, but I would just let you drive the stick if that was the case. Another question for Taylor. Again, we think we have all our questions, but what way did you experience as a black woman in the pageant would prepare you for socially for Big Brother? Kind of a deep question. I mean, if we have time, we could throw some of these in there. Big shout out to y'all. Oh, you already mentioned that one, so you skipped ahead. And then Caitlin, thank you for the shout out. Okay, so we're about 6 minutes away. Here's how it's gonna work. They tell you a time. So our time is 12:50 East Coast, which is 6 minutes from now. But I can almost guarantee you it's not going to pop off in 6 minutes because everyone before us usually goes over their time. So how is this going to work, Cody? This
is where you guys are going to have to bear with us. And I know there's over 8,000 people in here right now. So you're going to have to bear with us a little bit because the way that it works is Derek and I are streaming live with a software that we have to switch off of. Our cameras can't access the Zoom that we have to go into in order to interview the house guests. So we have to shut it down for a period. We hope that we don't lose you because, these are going to be huge interviews. We're going to be interviewing the final three. Ultimately, we're going to be interviewing Taylor, the winner, and Monty, the runner-up, and Turner, the third place finisher. So what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to go on a short break.
We're going to have to kill the stream?
No, we don't have to kill the stream. We just have to go into like our be right back, because what we ultimately have to do is go into those Zoom links that we were sent. We have to get into that and have to sit in the waiting room.
But can we have those Zoom link up? Because I'm thinking I'm going to open the Zoom link on my phone, on my computer here, have it open where it says in the waiting room. They usually give us updates. So can't we like wait until the last moment to switch over? Because then can we do that? I mean, I can have multiple windows open. We haven't even got a Zoom link. Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah, we got them when they sent them initially.
I'm going to go right to that right now.
Yeah, so Turner was the first one.
Oh, wait, we already got pushback. Okay, we already got pushback here. Jesus, you guys, it's late too. Okay, hi, Derek and Cody. We need to push back the start time for all interviews. With your first interview with Turner, now at 10:10 PT. Brutal. So that's 20 minutes from now.
Okay.
Hey, we got more time.
So now we can do a Q&A because we have our questions prepared.
Yes.
Do you want to take a short break, run to the bathroom, grab something to eat, or?
I'm good. I'm going to keep rolling with it. If you guys are here, I'm here. If you got to go grab something, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm good. I'm chilling.
I was hoping we were going to kick off on time, but hey, no sooner, what timing, right? No sooner saying it. This is what happens every single week for us. And it's because, it's not BB, it's because of the people before us. They're all trying to get more than, there's 6 minutes in there, which, you know what? That's all good because we're going to do the same thing.
No, exactly.
Right? So it's like, hey, do your thing. We always went over. Always. Loved watching your podcast. This is from Richie Gold. Great name. Loved watching your podcast this season. I'm glad I found it. Appreciated you keeping things real. And thanks for doing this live stream after the finale. We're going to do it every year. I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. Should I tell them what we were thinking about doing?
So, yes, and what the finale might look like in the future. Because it's going to be a little different than what it's looking like right now. Guys,
big plans.
We want to continue to grow this, and we want to continue to like level it up. So hit them with it.
So Cody, myself, and Tiffany, we were in serious discussions talk about logistically it's probably not going to work because we don't think we could get everyone this season with all the topics that were happening. We think everyone's going to go away for a while. We were going to try to do a Big Brother reunion with this entire cast. Cody was going to come down. We have a studio. I'm building the studio literally right now for another podcast. We were going to have live streaming with Tiffany come in, and we were going to interview everyone kind of Zoom style, like the challenge. We still want to do it. If financially we can pull it off, because it would be expensive, we're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. Yeah. But seriously, though, we're just getting started with this podcast. We love doing it. Cody's got some other projects in the works that he's kind of talking about right now, some different genres. This is literally the beginning. We love podcasting. We love the community we're building. It's honestly a great community. We're allowed to be ourselves here. Even Xavier came on and he felt it. You can just come in here and be who you are. You don't have to apologize for having different thoughts. Yeah. It's really a great thing. Everyone's been super responsive to it. So this is literally the OGs right here with us right now. We're not going anywhere.
Yep.
We're just getting started, and just give us another year and watch what we come up with.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
The thing about it would be the interaction that we would get would be like so much better. And just like us sitting with each other, having the whole setup.
It's happening. It sucks that we live a little bit far away, but if we have it set up,
it's not that far. The good thing about it is
it's a write-off.
It's not a flight.
No, train ticket or gas is a write-off. Question for you two. This is from DWXL Princess. If they have another BB All-Stars Champion Edition other than Taylor, who would you not bring with you to Final Two? Well, I know who I would bring. My boy's sitting right there.
Yeah, it's so hard.
That's hard.
We're in a tough situation no matter what we do, especially now. Like, the two of us have won. If we go back on a season, everybody, also all the other winners, it's just not a similar situation. I think that it would be even tougher for us, right?
And by the way, we wouldn't say who we wouldn't take the final because we're good players. And the last thing I want to do is say a name and then that person's targeting me when we're in there. No, you're going to love this comment, Cody. This is from C. Adams. This is an OG fan. You can tell just by the question. You're going to love this one. Want to say thanks for the laughs in BB16. The clip of Derek imitating Cody, hearing the boos, still makes me laugh till this day. I watch it until I cry. I laugh all the time.
It's my favorite clip from season 16.
You have to look it up. Derek imitating Cody. It was after Christine got booed. It was in the backyard. We had some great moments in there. Do you remember, like, final night in the house, holding hands, looking at the stars,
laying down on the backyard.
Dude, it was
best.
great, man. It was great.
But I will say that moment where you're like imitating, you're like, oh, wait, you see, she got booed out there. And my favorite line of that is like, the cool got kicked right the fuck out of you. And I was like, wow, what a cool line that was.
Came off the top of the dome.
Yeah.
Lay's, apparently, according to Danny, Lay's Twitter was tweeting for Taylor during the show.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. So can we talk about this? Taylor just won $800K.
Yep. Yeah.
$800K. She not only won the show, but she won America's Favorite.
Big brother, just make it $1 million. Just make it $1 million. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, but also, this was never, unless you can correct me on this, was it ever stated that you can't win the game and win America's Favorite, or was that just something that everybody assumed?
You know, I always assumed it was the case. There was a rumor years ago about me. Did you remember that rumor?
No.
And I don't believe it was true. I honestly don't. There was a big rumor that I had the most votes for America's Player, and they wouldn't give it to me because I won. I don't think that's true. I think Donnie smoked everyone. That's my honest opinion. But it was like a big rumor from one of the spoiler accounts. I don't believe it. I was always under the impression if you won, you couldn't win America's Favorite Player. That's what I thought. But they never said that. It just never happened.
It just had never happened. So, like, it almost was assumed by everybody. But it's almost like I never felt like the person that was going to win the season, because the show always is structured in a way where they're editing it for the person that's winning, because they see how it's happening. They see the conversation that's happening. I never feel like the person that is going to win. The only person I thought was close to it, and this would have been the only way to find out, was if Tyler won. Because Tyler was America's Favorite and he got second, so he was the person in the final two.
Yeah, you were America's Favorite and I definitely wasn't. So
because they did the final three on season 16. It was Donnie, Zach, and Nicole.
Yeah. Yep.
So I
got in there early with America's team. That's all I want to
Grodner said both can be won.
There you go. Lissa says, yes, on reunion, that would be the best. We agree. Logistically, it's a nightmare, but we're going to make it happen. We're growing this production company. We have other shows in mind, and we want to try to do the reunion. We want to try to make it big enough where we sell it to CBS at some point. And the only reason I don't mind saying it is because nobody else is going to do it. It's got to be us. We got to do it. Yeah. What's your take on Zingbot and the comic book covers for the season? Well, fuck Zingbot. Don't like Zingbot.
I got crushed by Zingbot. Yeah,
me too. I'm going to fucking elbow him right in the face.
He called me an idiot, and he said that Christine's husband hate me.
He called me ugly. National TV. Hey, didn't see you there, Derek. Tin can mother. Bitch. Anyways, I'm only joking. Love Zingbot. My comic book is right up here. Coolest gift I got from Big Brother was the comic book. So I'm only joking. I love getting roasted by Zingbot. BB16 reunion would be sick. Well, Nicole might not be down. Thanks, Cody. Just mess around. I actually think we could probably get. I think we could actually get Nicole to come. I think she'd come.
Yeah.
It's not like we're bad terms. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I'm speaking out of my mouth here. We got another one from Ariel. No question for me. I think all prepped questions are fantastic. Just showing you my love and support for both you guys. Your time and this channel. Wow. I can't wait for the interviews. Cheers. Ariel, we love you. All of you guys. Literally, we started with, before I put my foot in my mouth.
There's another one from Justin. Winter Circle hoodies and beanies.
Oh, it's coming, guys. So I just hired a marketing team.
Justin, thank you for that. It's my guy, Justin.
It's happening. We were talking about this. We only have this gear right now. I just hired a marketing team for Crime Weekly. If you don't know, it's another show I do. Big merchandise company. They're doing our Crime Weekly merch right now. I've already told Cody we're having them do Winter Circle merch. We're revamping it. New tees, new colors, hoodies for sure. I kind of love the Winter Circle jacket, like an exclusive Winter Circle jacket.
Like just like a zip up?
Dude. Like even
not
like
a hoodie though.
No, not a hoodie, but like even golf style, so you could wear it like on the course and stuff.
Yeah.
Winter Circle jacket. Yeah, I'd be all in for that. So no, we're gonna do some merch for sure. There's also some other things they do that's not like stickers and stuff. So we're gonna get something going. Eventually, what I want to do as well is do like a Patreon for Winter Circle.
Yeah.
Where you get exclusive items. You get like enamel pins. We'll do an extra episode per month that they get.
Let me ask this: do you think that if we offered this to everybody here, and it was exclusive to only Patreon members, and we would do a live a week on Big Brother? So during the Big Brother season, we're doing one live a week, only offered to our Patreon members. Would that be something that, because I know this interaction, I mean, our live has substantially grown from last year to this year. And so it's like we have a live, obviously it's not just us two, it's Tiffany, it's us three, who are the ones that are kind of holding the weight. Would that be something that everybody's like really interested in? I think that would be fire.
And by the way, Code, we're up to 8,000 people in here right now. We're going up. So this is incredible. We can't wait. And you guys are going to be hearing it first. Like I said, we're about 10 minutes away. Unless Big Brother pushes us back again. Yeah, we're about 10 minutes away from
we've had situations where they push us back an hour.
It's 100% happening. I shouldn't say that. Knock on wood. It's more than likely happening. And, yeah, we'll see. Samir has another question. Do you see that one?
Yeah. Question for Taylor. Did she intentionally bite her tongue against the folks who bullied her, or is that 100% her? Because I would have said a word or two to Daniel and Nicole, and I'm sure most people would. I think that's just who Taylor is.
I think she'll be more vocal outside. I think she'll call him out for the stuff that she's going to see and hear.
I also think that I don't know that Taylor will necessarily do it after the fact. Because, right, like, we're in a situation now where Taylor has won the show and won America's Favorite. What benefit? Like, Taylor already comes out being like, I am liked. I also won. What benefit does she have by crucifying, like, Taylor or Daniel? And I don't think she's that person.
I just think she will.
I don't think she's that person.
I think she will. I don't know what you guys think.
I think she will.
I think she'll give some different stuff. Oh, wait, there's a lot of dude. The comments are so fast. By the way, we're reading a lot of the comments for donations, not because of donating, but because the other comments. If you're looking at the scroll, it's impossible to read them. They're going so fast. Did you see what
Shayna said? I guarantee all 8K watching haven't liked and subscribed. Go do that now.
Shayna, coming through. Yes, if you like what we're doing here, like, you're already commenting, and subscribe. Turn on notifications. Subscribe. It helps put us in the analytics. It doesn't cost you anything. But if you subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on, it really helps us out. Wow, Shayna coming through. We didn't hit that
Shayna.
Tonight.
Yeah, we never hit that tonight. But here's a good one from Faith. Can we ask Taylor about Joseph? Their chemistry is crazy. So should we slide a question in there for Taylor about Joseph?
I'll put it on there. I'm just going to write Joseph. I mean, I could, if you guys.
You can spitball it, but like.
Okay, well, let me ask him this. Okay, so for Taylor right now, you have how many questions for Taylor on your end? 2?
I have 2.
I have 1. So I have, what did Nicole say to you in the backyard after you won? I thought that was a good question. What were the 2 questions you had?
So you're talking about for Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask her, does she think she gained any, her speech was absolutely incredible and very eloquent. Do you think you gained any votes through your speech and through your answers? That was the first one.
Yeah.
And the next one, you were voted favorite reality star on the E! News TV Scoop Awards. That is the first time in Big Brother history that a player has been voted into that. How does that make you feel?
Okay. So
what does that mean to you?
We definitely have to ask that one. That one's 100%. That's the first one.
You want me to ask that first?
Yep. I feel like, because I feel like we want to get a reaction. I feel like the first question you asked there, what do you think you won a couple extra votes?
That one.
She's not really know. I think we ask, and you guys tell me if you agree with this in the comments. 1, for the question we have in there right now with, do you think you won some votes over? 2, put a 2 if you want the question to be, we know you had a brief showmance with Monty in the house. However, do you still want to pursue things with Joseph?
Your chemistry with Joseph was hard. We know you had a brief showmance with Monty in the house, but your chemistry with Joseph was, you know what I'm trying to say, like hard to.
It was, we could feel it. We could feel that there was something there between you and Joseph. Are you looking to pursue that outside the house? Actually, I'm going to even tell her that when Joseph got evicted, he wanted her to call after. Yeah, they all want Joseph. Guys, Joseph it is. So you want me to ask it?
Yeah, so wait, what was the other one you got for Taylor?
So you're going to ask her about the reality awards thing.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to hit her with, when Joseph got evicted, he had said that he was really hoping that outside the house you connected with him to see where it goes. We know you had a brief showmance in the house with Monty, but are you interested in possibly pursuing something with Joseph?
Okay, and then question number 3 was what?
Question number 3 is, this is the one that I'm going to ask if we get to it. What did Nicole say to you in the backyard?
Oh, okay.
So I got that. I think those are 3 good questions. What do you guys think about that? You good with that? It's 2 unanimously, by the way.
Yeah.
So Joseph said to Julie, And that's going to be my number one question I'm going to ask. I got it. Joseph said to Julie. That's all I got to write. I'll remember the rest of it. We got a lot of questions coming in here right now. Are you popping them off? I don't want to make sure I'm not.
So we have custom Hall of Fame style jackets for new BB winners. So custom Hall of Fame jackets for new BB winners could be a cool introduction for the new winner circle members. Also a cool way to promote merch. Not wrong. Not wrong, but then we'd have to ultimately just like send it out to them. Taylor's returned Big Brother to the social experiment it was designed to be instead of a game of comps and stats. That is a Heather V. That is a very interesting like take on it, because Big Brother ultimately in season 1 was not a show on strategy. Season 2 was really also not a season on strategy. I want to say season 5 is when they implemented the veto and all these other aspects where it became more of a game. So I think that is a great point because of the way that she like kind of spoke about it, or in her final questions and her final speech, that it brought it more back to a social experiment of not really the strategy and the wins, but also like the resilience and the social aspect of it. I think that's a great point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think about this one here? Because a lot of people are talking about it. I can't speak to on it. I didn't see it, but can we speak about the clip going viral about Monty fake congratulating Taylor on Twitter? Basically, there's a video, I guess, of him congratulating on Twitter. He smiles and holds her hand when the camera is on, but when he thinks the camera's cut off, he snatches away from her and is cold towards her. We haven't seen it. We've been here with you the whole time. If it's going viral, we'll see it afterwards. We might do one recap episode with Tiffany when she's home, and maybe some of the things like that we'll cover. Maybe we'll do a live, maybe we'll do a recorded, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'll have to take your word for it. If you did that, that's not right. Taylor had returned to Big Brother.
That's so tough, because it's also like, this guy just lost. He just got smoked.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's being a dick, that ain't obviously
So
cool,
what was the video?
I guess it's showing.
It's so hard for us because we're here. We're locked in.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. We're locked in.
I kind of want to go. I want to go to social, see what social media.
Taylor has returned Big Brother to social experiment. It was
that's one I read. That's one I read.
Yeah, okay, cool. Renee, thank you. Tiki, thank you. Faith, JLIR was trending. What's that? Hashtag JLIR was trending. Twending.
What is JLIR?
I don't know. Nothing to do with us.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna open up Twitter.
Yeah, DJC. DJ Cigar Guy. Thanks for the donation, brother. Appreciate it. And by the way, a lot of people are spamming us in here. FYI, Janelle also won that award. So I don't know if you framed the question where she.
Okay. So it had never been done before, but
yeah,
it has. Change it up but also bit. Taylor wanted to. She came into the season wanting to like kind of play up Janelle. Okay, so you were voted favorite reality star on E!
They
News
meant to type
TV.
J-Lore.
So it was
J-Lore? Oh, Joseph and Taylor. Duh.
You were voted favorite reality star on the E! News TV Scoop Awards, which has only been won by Janelle.
Yeah, only been won by Janelle, and she loves Janelle. Karen asked us, I don't think so where can we donate to help financially with this new project? I honestly see both of you as a main channel for BB. I lost my husband to suicide in 2020. So sorry to hear that. This channel saved me when I felt alone. Play your videos. Karen, that means a lot. We get comments like this a lot privately.
Yeah.
And it's, even though we've been doing this for a long time and we've been on TV for a long time, on and off, I never lose sight of the fact that there are people that are going through things and this is their escape. And that's why it motivates us to always put in our best effort. There's some days where we're tired. We have things going on. We never missed a week. We never missed an episode. We always came in and we did it. And part of it is because you guys always show up as well. So obviously, Karen, really sorry to hear about your husband. That's terrible. And we're here for you. And as far as where you can donate, you don't have to donate. All you have to do is support us. All you got to do is subscribe to the channel, like a video, share it with your friends and family, keep spreading the message, posting it on social. That helps us.
Yeah.
No donations needed.
No, you really don't have to. We talk about this all the time about how you support us just by being here, by commenting on the channel, by subscribing to the channel and turning on those notifications.
Yep. I almost missed that one. I actually skipped over that mistake, so I'm glad I got it. What were you going for? What happened?
Sharon already told Taylor about the award.
Sharon definitely heard us saying it because she was watching us.
1,000,000%.
Sharon, we love you. You did it. But you know what? She's been up on it too. She might have had that planned. She might have. But I think she stole it from us. No, she stole it from us.
Definitely
sure.
not.
She stole it from us. This is what happens when we ask the questions. Okay, so that one's out. Sharon already said it. But that's okay because we have 3 questions. We need one more.
I had that one, so now we need another one for Taylor.
No, we're going to bring back the question about, do you think your jury actually won you more votes? Do you think you had it going into it, or do you think your your speech won you some votes in that moment? Right?
Yeah.
Look at that. Adaptation. Hey, imitation's the biggest form of flattery. So we got to look at it. Do you guys know Kat personally? Would you consider doing a dual interview with her? She's the only other BB member that I know that interviews. She mentioned you guys. Have you liked her streams? Kat does her own thing. She's more comedic. We would definitely collab with her on something.
Kat
but
from
Kat
Big 21?
Yeah, we would collab with her, but we love Kat. No issues with her. I've known Kat since she's got out. We've talked. We have Tiffany. We have us. It kind of gets tough, even with Xavier, or when you have a third person. It's a lot of mouths to feed, so to speak. But yeah, I would do something with Kat. We love Kat, and she's got some funny takes. And I think that's what she does on purpose. She has like this humor to her where she's like, don't take me seriously. I'm not here for strategy. I'm here for the drama. Her show's called Conspire Away Bitches. There's a reason for it. She wants you to the conspiracy. So shout out Kat. Shout out to Kat.
She's so it's a little tough for us because we're like, Kat was just a different type of personality on the show. So we're really not that personality. So the way that she kind of interacts with different house guests is not the same. And also her perspective on the show is not the same.
Yeah, and somebody just wrote, are you seeing these two? Are you reading them? Brittany Gardner just wrote, tell Taylor she beat Kim Kardashian in the award.
So that's what I wanted to include because when we talked about it, but I mean, it's already been hit by Sharon. So like, I don't really want to double down
question.
on it.
How do you guys know Sharon already hit it? Did Sharon's interview already come out? Somebody tell us in the comments. Is she live? There's no way she's live. Sharon, she better not be live. I think she just put out her interview maybe already. She probably just, or she already said what she said. You also want us to tell us Rihanna's headlining. Elizabeth Webster, thank you. Faith Jailer, thank you.
So she said her interview won't be posted until the morning.
Okay, so we're good.
Oh, it might be on her Instagram story.
Okay, AFP question for Taylor. What does it mean to you to know the third straight woman of color to win AFP? Were you surprised? Third straight person of a woman of color?
I think we'd probably go the route of, I mean, she not only is a woman of color to win AFP 3 in a row, but she is the first person to ever win America's Favorite and win the show. So I think we go that route.
Yeah, I mean, we have that, and somebody's already asking her that. I think, I mean, we can mix it up with her. We can mix it up with her. I think the question we had about, do you think your speech literally won you extra votes? Because, I mean, that
it's
was a
been
great
talked
speech.
about constantly about how incredible her speech is.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. I got so many text messages from it. Tiffany didn't get back to me, by the way, guys. She didn't get back to me, so she's feeling it right now already. That's my guess. What do you think of when Taylor said, I'm a blockbuster? That was great. If you sit next to me, you're going home. Good luck, Monty. I mean, that was fire.
And then she not only, had that line, but also, like, smoked it.
Yeah. I'm going to read this comment. It's controversial, but we're not here to filter people. Ultimately, I'm going to read what this person said. And, again, positives, negatives. A lot of you may not agree with this, but I'm going to read it. I'm going to make sure it's nothing derogatory or disrespectful, but I'll read it. I wish this question was asked when Xavier was here because I know he would answer it. The cookout can create a racist alliance, but Kyle voices his concerns about the same thing, and he's racist. Shame on Big Brother for condoning this behavior. Why can't they play the game without race? Here's what I'll say, and Cody, you can weigh in too. The cookout didn't make an alliance because they were racist, because they didn't like white people. They did it because they wanted to do something as a group of people that look like them. They didn't say we hate white people. So that's inaccurate. As far as Kyle voicing his concerns, Cody and I have been pretty upfront about this. We don't think Kyle's comments were based in some deep racism. He is ignorant to a certain degree. He shouldn't have made assumptions based on some biases. And he did get hammered pretty hard. He absolutely did by Twitter. But Cody was saying earlier, Big Brother production treated him pretty fairly and gave a pretty accurate depiction. So, hey, you're entitled to your opinion. That's why we're here. There's going to be things that we say that people don't always agree with. But I can't completely agree with the way you frame that, because I don't think that the Cookout Alliance was inherently racist.
Yeah.
They were just doing something that was people with like them that look like them. I don't see that.
So
I don't know what you think, Code.
We touched on this conversation last year, because a lot of times it was really actually pretty funny. There was the term reverse racism being thrown around, and now reverse racism isn't a thing. There's racism. There's racism, and that's judging somebody based off the color of their skin, or feeling some type of way about somebody based off the color of their skin and having negative thoughts to that, negative actions towards that. The Cookout wasn't, they didn't dislike people based off the color of their skin. They, excuse me, they found they connected through the color of their skin, and because of the past situations that happened on Big Brother. Whether you like or dislike that, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Now, this season, which is why I've multiple times not been the person that advocates or vocalizes that I think Kyle is a racist, because Kyle didn't go into the house disliking the people of color. He went into the house with he was nervous about a Cookout 2.0 forming. Does that make him a racist? I whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I don't feel that makes him a racist. He wasn't going in and immediately trying to target people of color because they were people of color. He went in and had concerns about the Cookout after last season. And I vocalized this multiple times. He was completely off base. And there were a ton of things this season that
I'm sorry to cut you off. It's 112.
Okay. Do we need to go? Well, I want to finish this thought because I don't want to back off of that.
Finish it, but I just know Big Brother's waiting for us.
Yeah.
They could be in the room.
So the thing I'll say about that is that Kyle didn't just go into the season to target people of color. He was concerned about it, which is why I was way harder on Michael than I was on Kyle, because Kyle brought it up to Michael and Michael kind of antagonized it, pushed it on, and then used it against him. So that's how I feel about the whole situation. And also after last season, I was like, we don't know what we're going to do moving forward, but if somebody vocalized it, I would hope we don't just call them a racist, because the Cookout dominated an entire season. We're going to be right back.
No, you can stay up. I have it up now. You can log into the room too. We're in the waiting room right now. I have it up.
Okay, the one that they sent us, Turner.
Yeah, it's Turner, that
Open
link. Obviously, you got to put that code in. I have it up.
The only thing
right now it says the host will let you in soon. That's what I have pending here.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that I'm worried about is that our cameras are being used by Squadcast, like what we're using to record.
How did we do it last time?
We backed out and then we went in.
All right, so what we'll probably have to do is when we're going to go on break, we're going to turn down Squadcast. Mm-hmm. Turn off Squadcast, log into Zoom, and then you're going to turn the camera back on with Zoom because you have the
Yeah, the only problem with that is that your voice won't be able to be heard.
Why not? Because you're going through Squadcast?
Because your voice is coming through Squadcast. Your voice is coming through Streamlabs is what I'm using to stream to YouTube.
So whatever input, but what are you streaming through Streamlabs? Is it from Squadcast?
So I also,
because if I open up Zoom, wouldn't it be the same thing?
Yeah, no, Zoom is going to be fine. I'm just trying to make sure that, so it's really on my end, because your video, you're going to go in there. I'm going to pick up your video no matter what.
Yes. Yep.
My video, I want to make sure I'm doing it so that, because we only have a limited amount of time. I think somebody just said something in here and it's bizarre to me, and I feel like we have to touch on them. It says, I'm sorry.
I want to make sure our Zoom's first. Good.
Well, there's no way to know, because we would have to back out of this completely.
So what's the comment? I didn't see it.
No, it was somebody's Cody, I'm a white man. As a white man, I don't think you get to determine what is racist. That's just
that's fine. We're not going to agree with everything everybody says. Faith agreed with what we said about the intentions. Taylor says Taylor's win is not about color of her skin. It's about her grace, integrity, charm, character, and how she responded to the way she was mistreated. She's a human example of God's grace and beauty. Kind of agree with it. She didn't get the best treatment from some of the other house guests, and yet she kind of
she spun it
Stayed
in a
classy.
perfect way to win.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm nervous about the Zoom now. So you're telling me, because I'm trying to remember exactly what we did last year, because you could still hear me last year on the stream.
No.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's not what the issue is. We need to back out of
Squadcast.
this. Yeah. Which
So
means we have to be right back, which means the viewers are gonna drop a little bit.
Yeah. If you want to stick around, we're gonna go on a break. You're gonna see we'll be right back. There'll probably be like a minute or two delay, and then we'll pop back up, resize up, and we're gonna have Turner first. We're in the waiting room right now.
I know it's just hard because every time we back out, people leave, and this is live. So, guys, we're gonna be in here. Turner's gonna be in first. Monty's gonna be in next, and then Taylor's gonna be in last.
Yeah. So stick around. We're gonna be here. We promise you this. It might take us a couple seconds. We're gonna stream it.
Yeah.
Period. So if you stick around, we're still at 8K. I have a feeling.
We're at 9K. We're at 9.1.
Oh, it says 8 on mine. But that's okay. I'll go with 9. I like 9 better. We're going to figure it out. So I wouldn't worry about it. We did it last year. And if you're sticking around this long, I have a hard time believing you're going to tap out when you get the live interviews. I'm assuming we're going to be the first interview out. So I have a strong suspicion you're going to probably stick around to see the interviews. You kind of would be pointless. You've been sitting to.
I know. You've been here for a while. This is going to be the first chance to see him right away.
So the cookout was not racist. They were playing a defensive game against the system and
It's
that racist towards their people.
The thing about this whole racist conversation is like the cookout wasn't targeting white people because they disliked white people.
No, it was more for themselves. I think we addressed it. We talked about it.
Definitely addressed it. And I mean, whether you like what I have to say or not, it is what it is. I don't feel the cookout was racist. I don't feel Kyle was racist. You don't have to like what either of them did. You can be on both sides of it. I just, that's how I feel.
I like these comments. Let's get to 10K. I'm not mad at you if we do. I think we will, actually. I think when the interviews start, guys, go do it for us. Share it on your social media. Let people know that we're about to go live with Turner, then Monty, then Taylor. If you all got social media, there's 9,000 of you in here. If every one of you shared this link, the number's going to jump. Let's try to get to 10K. That's how you can pay us back. We'd appreciate that. But yeah, we're waiting on it right now.
Could we get to 10K?
I think we can. If everyone goes and shares it and says that Derek and Cody are about to interview Turner, Monty, and Taylor live, I think there's a lot of people out there that don't know it. So maybe we'll get there. Let's run it down real quick for Turner because we're going to probably have a second before Monty. Am I asking the first question for Turner?
Yes.
Okay, first question. It was 8-1. You were the sole vote for Monty, and you said you basically made your decision right before putting your key in the circle thing there, whatever that's called, the box. What was ultimately the reason you chose to go towards Monty when it seems like everybody else went for Taylor? What was that reason? That's the first question. What would be your next question?
The next question is, was there any way you would have taken Taylor to the final two and had that ever crossed your mind leading up to it?
Yep.
And then the
third
question
is, what do you think about Michael bringing up the LGBTQ plus community during his eviction? He was kind of using that against you. Like, are you going to talk to him about it? Like, what's your initial take on that? By the way, Sharon posted the question about Joseph on her IG story. Taylor said she's happy to explore. I subscribed and liked because of Tiffany. Great job this season. Thank you, Jag. We're still, we'll spin in our own way. Some of the questions are going to be the same. Listen, there's only so many questions you could ask. Jane also says, podcast has been killing it. Hitmen never miss. Yeah. We'll use your advice, input when I'm on BB. Where do you rank Taylor as a winner? I don't know. Yeah, I got to go back and look at it. She's definitely not the GOAT. We've already said that. But she did really well. It's a different style of win. So I got to see how I want to stack it up. And obviously our word isn't like Bible, but we have, I'm sure we'll have an opinion
also,
on it.
I do have a question for Turner about like just either purposely or just drastically mispronouncing my last name and call me Cody California in the beginning. Cody California in the beginning of the season. So got a bone to pick with him. Let's not forget that.
There we go. We're at 9.1 right now. I'm seeing it as you're seeing it. Keep the awards question on. Y'all get the show so you get her first reaction. We'll see. We'll see if we can get to it. I feel like it stole our thunder. So her reaction is going to be more like, oh, yeah, no, I'm super honored and privileged. Like, now she's got it, you know? On the Joseph topic, you can let Taylor in on the fact that Joseph didn't portray her game. They said that on the show.
Yeah.
He really didn't know what the Dire Fest plan was. Yeah, Julie asked him that on the show, and he addressed it. So here we are, guys, 120. Silent treatment from Big Brother. You have your stuff open too?
Yeah, so I have it open on the right. The only thing is I have to switch it to the left because I have this screen projecting to the Squadcast, not the
Yeah.
Squadcast, to Streamlabs, but Zoom has to then go to the left. So
Grab
that's why
this.
we have
So
to back out.
just to confirm, when it says we're up, you want me to close out Squadcast, and we're gonna go on Zoom. Now here's the thing, guys. What we're not gonna do. This is the point that I think is important to make. After we do the Zoom interview with Turner, there's probably going to be a couple minutes delay. We're not going to come back on Squadcast and then go back to Zoom. So in between the interviews, there's going to be some downtime. But we assure you, we're gonna be back. So just stick with us, and there'll be a little bit of a lull between the 3 interviews because we're going to stay on the Zoom in the next waiting room for the next interview. It's not we didn't go anywhere. That's I think the only confusion. To come back into Squadcast, that'd be difficult. Got some more comments here. Sharon posted about the thing. Keep your words question. What are you laughing about?
My buddy. Something my buddy texted me. We're at 9-3. Man, oh man.
9-3. We're almost
I know
there.
this is so. Danny T goes, this is making me stressed in the chat. And I'm like, I understand it's making you stressed. I am like very stressed right now because like I'm over here, the one like producing the back end of it. And I'm like, I just want to make sure it's okay.
Dude, I know. It's all the pressure's on you.
It's all right, I'm going to figure it out. We made it work last year, so it's like, can't be that hard. Yeah, because it's...
We're just waiting here, guys. Why don't we hit us with some more questions? Just rapid fire here. We're holding on because, listen, you're helping us as much as we're helping you. Because we got nothing to do, we can't go anywhere, and this is the story of our life every single week.
Screen, on my like the right side of my screen, I'm like, oh shit.
You getting nervous?
Yeah, I'm terrified, bro. I don't want to make sure it works right.
Derek, how hard was it for you to hide your occupation from everyone when you heard helicopters outside the house? I saw the video you're talking about. There was like gunshots and stuff. I mean, if someone was really onto me, they probably would have caught on that because I knew exactly what I was hearing as soon as I heard the helicopters. And it did make me kind of want to run to it, like that, the gunfire or whatever, because that's what we're used to doing. But it wasn't hard. I mean, being undercover as long as I was, honestly, going in there and not telling them what I did for a living was kind of second nature at that point. I knew a lot of people, like a lot of the experts. They all said he won't last a week. He'll expose his, who he is right away. He won't be able to keep it in. Well, sucks to suck, doesn't it? Didn't happen.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah. No,
we're at 9.4. We're at 9.4, almost like at 9.5. So we might get to 10.
I think we're gonna get to 10 because I think as soon as Turner goes live and then Taylor and Monty, we're gonna pop off. I don't remember what we did last year for live viewers. I don't think it was anything near this.
No.
Right?
No, not even close.
It was like in the 3s and 4s the whole time.
Not even close.
So this is great for us. Thank you so much. Definitely, this channel has grown so much this year. Yeah. I think we gained like over 15,000 subscribers. Is that close?
So I think we started at, in the first season we went up to 13,000 subscribers. After Celebrity Big Brother we were at 20 or 21, and then at the end of this season I think we're at like 37.
Yeah. And Taylor, by the way, I mean Tiffany hasn't came on tonight. Yeah. She's, like I said, I think she's enjoying herself. But thank you to Tiffany too. Her show has been amazing. She's had some great guests this season. We've never hidden the fact that we're not doing the live feeds. I dabble in them, but not enough to be a live feed correspondent. I'm following Twitter and live feeds and stuff. That's basically it. So having Tiffany on to fill in those gaps and talk about what's happening on with the feeds, not only from her perspective, but also the perspective of you guys out there, people that are watching the feeds every day. I think it's really rounded out the winner's circle and what we're capable of doing. You're getting live feed updates twice a week, and you're getting us coming on after the eviction and doing the interviews.
A lot of
content. It's been really good.
A lot of content going out.
4 episodes a week, bro. 4 episodes a week. Your voice is going, isn't it?
Do you wish? Yeah, well, because I do the coaching, so it's like I'm like yelling. It's like I was all this morning
yelling at those
little kids. So brutal. It's like so brutal. Next thing I know, it's like I have no voice. Like tomorrow.
All right, want me to hit you with some more rapid
questions?
Derek,
I'm getting a lot of compliments on the glasses. So can you like refer back to the video? Do you know which video it was?
It was a while ago. GlassesUSA.com is the video, and their glasses are fire. I have a ton of them. They sponsor the Winner Circle, so definitely go support them. And if you look it up, I think it was It was a while ago, but you use our code. Make sure you use our code. I think it's Winner Circle. When you buy with them, you get a discount, and it helps support the channel.
So this was a good question.
Go for it.
What should BB25 players take from this season? Any new strategies? That came from Christina. Do you think there's any new strategies after this season?
I honestly don't know. I am so just like the way she won tonight by basically saying I'm not technically the best player in the way that you perceive the best player, but I represent something more than winning, and the jury was all for it. I'm still trying to process it all.
So let me ask you this. Do you think the jury was like had that preconceived notion that they were going to vote for Taylor, or do you think, like, I know we're asking her that question, but how did you feel on the outside? Did you think she had those votes or no?
No.
Oh, we got to go.
We're going in. Actually, hold on 1 second. All right, we're out. We're going to be right back, guys. All right, we're already in here. All right, guys, so you can see him, the man right there, the man, the myth, the legend. Turner's with us. Turner, how you feeling, buddy?
Dude, I'm feeling like I didn't win 750K, but I feel like $1 million. I'm on the winner circle. This is super exciting. I have a ton of respect for both you, Derek, and Cody. I started watching Big Brother back in 2019. I backdated to your season, Derek, and Cody. I am a huge fan, so I am very happy to be here.
Well, let me cut in
Hit him,
first.
Cody.
Let me just ask you this question first, Turner. What's my last name?
I have a lot of trouble between California, cauliflower, and I still don't know how to pronounce California.
Well, okay, I'll give it to you because my last name technically does mean cauliflower, but it's Califury.
Oh, well, that is even more badass than cauliflower. Califury.
Califury.
I love it, and I will just call you Cody.
All right, I appreciate that. I'd rather that there.
So we're gonna dive into questions. We know we only have you for a couple minutes. I got the first question for you, Turner. Yep. Okay, and these are questions that were actually brought up by the people in the chat room. They wanted to ask you these questions, so we're just relaying the message from them to you. It was an 8-1 vote tonight. You were the sole vote for Monty, and you said right while you were up there, "Hey, I literally just kind of decided right now on who I was going to vote for." What was that decision-making process like? What ultimately made you vote for Monty over Taylor when it seems like everybody else in the jury kind of had their mind made up? What made you go the other way?
So that jury roundtable, it seems like when they all decided that obviously I was not a part of, but in the commercial break, I was like, where are you guys voting? And they were like, I don't know if we can tell you. So I was like, oh my God, great. So I voted to not be on the wrong side of the vote. So I was not a bitter jury member, and I did the exact opposite thing that I should have, and was like, I didn't vote against Taylor. I just didn't want to be on the wrong side of the vote, and look where I ended up. So
you thought it was going to be Monty?
Yeah.
Yes. I thought it'd be Monty because I was like, in other seasons, it seems like the person who wins is the one who won the most comps, and a lot of people love Monty. So I was like, I don't know, it just makes sense. And I'm not even mad at Monty. I don't really he did what he thought he had to do. I can't be mad at him. So I was like, all right, I think Monty will win. Let's not be on the wrong side of the vote. I'll vote for Monty.
So
interesting.
I mean, we had a second question, but I kind of want to go based off of that because I feel like it's a little more interesting. Do you think that Taylor's speeches and the way that Taylor answered her questions and like the elegance that she spoke with in that final speech that wrapped it all up swayed people, or do you think that people had that predetermined to vote for Taylor?
I heard from the round table, or not from the round table. I heard from commercial breaks and all of that they all decided at the round table. And so I think, as you guys both know, like when you're making your speech before people go in the DR, 99% of the time they know exactly what they're going to do. So I think that they knew what they were going to do going into it. And I think Taylor spoke every time Taylor speaks. She has the most elegance in the world, and she's an amazing person. So I was never voting against her. I was just like, oh, well, I don't know. I've been boys with Monty. Like, me and him have been closer throughout the season. Everything added up for me to think Monty was probably going to win, but he didn't. And I am by no means like, Taylor or Monty. I love them both. Whoever wins, like, it's not me. So, and I like them both. So who cares? But, with
Wow.
peace and love.
So you heard it here first. It was predetermined. Taylor got to the final 2. She was winning Big Brother 24. I did not expect that. Good job with the editing for Big Brother. Code, did you want to still hit your second question there?
Well, so the other question was, Turner, did you ever have a thought or any conversations with Taylor to take her to the final 2 if you had won that final HOH competition? Or was it just like you were always taking Monty?
From what I remember, we had a conversation on the kitchen island where she was kind of like, hey, I would really appreciate if you would take me to the end. And I was kind of like, I'll keep you posted. Like, that was all I said. I thought I was going to take Monty because, I had a final 2 with Pooch and that didn't necessarily work out. And I had a final 2 with Kyle and that did not necessarily work out. And Terrence wanted to have a final 2 with me. That didn't work out. And I was like, my gameplay is getting really messy right now. And so, as I'm sure you saw, it did. But then I don't know. I was like, I think I'm going to stay loyal to who has had my back all season. He could have evicted me the week before, and that in and of itself was very telling. And I was like, all right, well, he had the opportunity to evict me, and I will try to repay him with bringing him to the end if I am able to win, or if I'm able to get there.
It's interesting. I mean, listen, it's tough to know. Everyone from the outside is an expert, right? But you're in the house, you only see one perspective, so we understand it. I wanted to ask you about something that I don't think made the show, but it was during the live eviction. It was during the week when Michael went home. You had a conversation with Michael going into that week, talking about being a member of the LGBTQ plus community. And he brought it up during kind of the commercial break where he was calling you out for it. Like, can't believe you're doing that. How do you feel about that now? Are you and him going to have a conversation about it? Because I could tell just by watching the live episode that it was affecting you personally. It was definitely something that was wearing on you just in that moment. We could see it.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you both know more than other people, but like, when there are instances between a game move and a personal move, it is really hard to decide in the moment, especially of a double eviction, like what is the best route to take. It's like, what weighs heavier on my heart, on the game, on me getting more like further in the game. And it was like, all right, from my perspective right there, I openly told Michael, I don't want to be the person who sends home the only other LGBTQ member of this house, it being just us in this house together. And I really like Michael personally. And so when the opportunity arose, I was in the situation where I was like, damn it, I told him I didn't want to do this. And now Monty told me he's using the veto. And even when he said he was using it, I was like, oh my God, I'm Michael. Like, I didn't even expect it. So I don't know if that aired or anything. But
it did.
Well then.
Yeah.
Then you guys know what I'm talking about. So
yes,
when he used it, I was like it was very tough because I was very sincere and I had tried getting Michael out weeks beforehand. And then fast forward, I come to this realization. I was like, wait, what am I actually trying to do to send Michael home? Felt very bad about it. And then I had the option to put up someone I was working really closely with or take this big game move. And I was like, I just have no idea what to do. I guess if I'm trying to add to a resume, I have to take Michael out or I am going to look like an awful player. But that came at the expense of this incredibly tough decision. I didn't want to make it, and it sucks that I had to, especially go back on that word that did mean a lot to me. But apparently it sounds like I was remorseful, and I very much so was. And it weighed heavy on my heart for days, if not weeks after.
Yeah,
we could tell.
Yeah, it totally seemed that way on your end, Turner, to be 100% honest. And also, I know you said it to Julie when you walked out of the when you came and met her on stage that you maybe wouldn't have done it, but it's like you were a question away. There were 2 questions that maybe Monty had gotten wrong. That if you had gotten them right, you might have been sitting in the final 2 anyway. So I wouldn't really have too many regrets. And I think, other than calling my last name California, I think you're a pretty awesome guy.
Was that in an episode or on the feeds?
It was in an interview. In an interview.
It was like we were like evaluating the house guests at the beginning. We're like, this guy doesn't even know our last names.
And I'm only messing with you, bro. I'm just messing with you.
Of course.
I know how it is coming out of the house. It's like sensory overload. So.
Oh, well, I have a question for you guys. If you were to rate my gameplay on a scale of 1 to 10, let's hear it.
I actually got a response for you, and it's going to be kind of this last question I had for you. I thought you played a very good game. I thought your jury management was horrible. And I almost felt like you were doing it intentionally. So I got to ask you, like, literally, Alyssa, I always wanted people to feel good about me, even when I was sending them home. You saw Paul. He was a very deserving winner and lost. Did that weigh on you at all? Where you're like, dude, I'm playing a great game. I'm winning competitions, but I'm literally burning every bridge as I'm sending him out the door, especially with like Alyssa. What was the mindset behind that?
It was honestly just like, as far as I knew, Brittany was going to send her home. So no matter what, I have a final 3 with Taylor and with Monty. So I can either flip this and put people in my final three in a worse position, and I couldn't necessarily put all of my eggs in in the basket of Alyssa. As much as I love her and she's an amazing person and one of my best friends throughout the entire summer, she hadn't won any comp. So for her to keep me safe, that's like a lot of trust in one thing that I don't think necessarily was going to happen. I think she showed her cards in comps, and so I just couldn't. But simultaneously, Taylor said she was going to vote out Alyssa. So no matter what, I'm like, all right, Alyssa's going home. Then for the thing to flip, I didn't know that was going to happen. I would have wished Brittany would have told me. So then, but I think Brittany didn't tell me so that then she could pin it on me. You know, I don't know if this was in an episode, but I had a lot of tears shed that same day after a Brittany and I conversation in the HOH room where I was just so conflicted. I was like, I sent my best friend home.
It was Sean.
Okay, yeah.
It was
so
Sean.
I sent like my best friend in the house home, and simultaneously I feel like I was manipulated into doing so. And now it's looking like it's flipped to then make me seem like I didn't do it. It was like a sensory overload, and it was probably my worst moment in the house other than the Michael thing. So it was very tough. And again, when America sees it all, like, I don't see all of that. I don't know what's going on. I thought I was making the best move, but I've been told in many interviews I was not. So now I know.
Dude, you did well. We were like, oh, we're not a huge fan of Michael at the beginning, but you grew on us, man. You were loved by America. Everyone has things they change in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're gonna get hate. You're gonna get love. Take the good with the bad. Welcome to. We got to wrap this up. They're giving us wrap it up.
Now.
But hey, welcome to the BB family. For everybody watching the stream, stay tuned. We're gonna go off for a second.
Shout out to the Rug Shack.
Next interview.
Shout out to the
Rug Shack.
Shout out to dude. That made my night. Shout out to the Rug Shack. You heard it from Cody and Derek.
I'm right in Rhode Island, brother. I'm not too far from you. I'm sure we'll meet up.
Whoa, dude. I'm like, oh my God, I grew up right next to Providence.
You're super close to me. We'll talk off the record. We'll talk. Brother, have a good night. Welcome to the family. Congratulations on a great season. Take care.
So this is a whole full circle moment, no pun intended. I have loved every minute of this. I love both of you. Thank you so much.
Love you too, buddy. Take care.
Peace out.
All right, guys, stay tuned. Turn is bouncing out of the room. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
We'll be coming back shortly. We should be interviewing Taylor next. Let's rock, baby.
Well, all right, what's up, everybody? We're here. Really needs no introduction. We got the winner, and we do this every year, Taylor. So we got to say it. This is the first time we get to say it. Taylor, welcome to the winner circle, girl. Congratulations.
Oh, baby.
Masterful.
Here we are. Thank
Masterful.
you.
Masterful. You're now part of it. By the way, we've been on with Xavier for about 40 minutes. He actually broke down his tears.
All the way up.
Just talking about your win, what it meant to him to see this go forward.
Yeah.
You definitely have to connect with him after it. Really,
Tiffany
it
as
means a
well
lot to
immediately, because Tiffany has been like in your corner the entire season. She's on the winner circle with us as well. She adores you. Tiffany adores you.
Oh my God.
Your biggest
there were
fan.
so many times in this game where I thought I was letting Tiffany down. So hearing that just made my entire.
So let me tell you this right off the bat. She heard that and she had an episode and that hurt. She was like, I cannot believe that she feels that way because like she loves you. So you guys obviously square that away immediately. But she heard that and like that hurt because she was like, oh my God, I adore Taylor and I would never want her to feel that way. So you guys will square that away on your own. But
she loves you, biggest supporter. She's out in LA, so you're probably going to see her before you go home because she's out there. She was at the finale, so I'm sure
you're
you're
going
going
to go out tonight, so maybe I'll see her tonight.
You probably will. Cody, you want me to go first with the first question, or you want to go first?
Oh, you.
Okay, so Taylor, we have a couple questions. All these questions were selected by the people in the chat room right now. Like I was telling you before we start recording, over 10,000 people in here just to watch you, to talk to you right now. They're commenting like crazy. I can't even read it.
They're going berserk. You're the queen.
They're going berserk. You're the queen. You're definitely the queen. All right, so first question. First question right here we have, this is probably a question you already got. I don't know if you know this or not, but Julie asked Joseph when he got evicted what he thought about you and what he thought could happen. And his response was simply, I hope she hits me up after the show. It sounds like he wants to see where things go. We know there was a brief showmance between you and Monty in the house. Now, obviously, you're still, like you said, it's still early, but is there anything where you see a future with maybe you and Joseph that you would possibly pursue down the road? Because I don't know if you could see his face, but there's definitely something there with Joseph for sure, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Amira, classic Amira, she just outed the hell out of me and Monty there on the live show. I was like, well, damn, girl, come on now.
Yeah.
And it was tough because I saw Joseph's face in that moment, and that was devastating for me because I have such a soft spot for Joseph. And Monty and I had a really great connecting moments. Yes. I don't know if that's going to be a long-lasting thing for us. I think we connect and match in some ways and not so much other ways. Whereas Joseph, he's the lover boy that I've wanted, I've been looking for. So
damn.
And he's a lawyer. And he's a
heard
lawyer.
It. You heard it
He's
here
a
first,
lover
people.
boy lawyer.
You
How
heard
can
it?
you be mad about that? You know?
So
Hey,
Taylor,
I got to tell you, to make you feel, hey,
Just single girl, okay?
to make you feel a little easier on Amira, just so you know, you're going to find this out. But when Alyssa went to the jury house, she actually told the jury house that you and Monty were hanging out together, and Joseph was heartbroken. His face was, so you guys will have a talk. Listen, your big brother house, Cody and I understand it's different when you're in that house.
So
you start to lose your sense of everything in the outside
days
world.
is a long time. Okay.
So, Taylor, the way I described it when we covered it on the Winner Circle is I was like, I felt like Taylor just needed to just like crack her neck. And she cracked her neck, and then I think she was like good. She straightened it out. She aligned herself good. She was ready to rock. That's what it felt like for me. I mean, you know, but yeah, no, you're amazing. So the next question we have was
I like
your speech. The way that you answered your questions, Taylor, and your final closing speech tonight were probably in a class of their own, to be 100% honest. Coming from two people that have been in the finals, the way that you spoke was just so absolutely insane. Your vote was 8-1. Do you feel like votes came your way because of how incredible you were in your speech, or do you feel like they were already kind of in your favor before that?
You know, there's most of this jury I anticipated would be voting 5-4 for Monty. So I went into this finale having not won part 1 or 2 of the HOH comp, feeling like I was just dead. I was dead meat. I was on my way out the door, and I'd be having to choose between Monty and Turner. And you know, we know when there are jury pieces that run in the show. I just kept imagining, what is that like? What are the conversations they're having? And there was no scenario where I could think that they would have a legitimate conversation about my game without feeling like they were guilty or voting for me out of guilt, or that my speech would be making them feel emotional and like they had no choice but to vote for me. So when it came to my speech and feeling like my game was lackluster compared to Monty or Turner, I realized all I had was my experience, my journey in this game. And I don't like pulling for sympathy. I didn't want to make people feel guilty, or like I wanted them to feel for me. I just wanted them to understand what my path in this game had been and how this path feels like something bigger for me, for Black women, for women, period. In the history of this game, women have a lot more battles to overcome than the men do. And in any case, I would be sitting next to a man. So I only could speak the truth. And when I speak the truth, I speak with a lot of fervor, as you know from some of my past speeches. So
I can tell you,
was the only thing I had.
It was incredible. We were saying it's probably the best speech in Big Brother history. So just so you know, you reprogrammed the jury members and then said, hey, now that I've reprogrammed you, this is what you should be looking at. And by the way, I possess all those things and I can relate it to you. So you feel like this is a win as much as it is for me as it will be for you. I wanted to tell you something because I don't think anybody's told you this. And this is hard to do because you've already done a bunch of interviews. But just so you know, we just talked to Turner. And Turner was in the jury with the commercial breaks. And Turner said right out that during the break, the jury had told him after the round table, they had already collectively decided they were voting for you. Didn't know that, did you? Broke it here, Cody. We got something.
Yes.
That doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, they saw it.
The people who were on that jury, it just seems like there are people who wanted like resume, big moves. That's all that Terrence would talk about. Someone's gonna make a big move in this house. And you know, my move was survival. I didn't know if it would stand up.
Which is different than anything we had seen, but you did an incredible job of vocalizing it because it was very easy. With the final question that came your way was like, you know, you're on the block 5 times. Some would say that that's a weak play. You vocalized it in a way that was like, yeah, it wasn't weak. And I'll tell you right now, I'm somebody in the past I would have been like, oh, she's just sat on the block. She got carried. But it was like, I was like, Taylor just absolutely abused. No disrespect to Monty in any way. But I just sat there and I was like, she just outclassed him in every aspect of every question in her final speech. I'm like, there's no way anybody votes for anybody but her. It was absolutely incredible. You brought a whole new light to playing the game, speaking. It just was, and your story was just never done before, to be quite frank. It was incredible.
No, you killed it. You killed it. Taylor, I wanted to ask you because obviously I'm sure you're getting a lot of the same questions. Maybe you already asked this, but after you won, Cody and I and a lot of other people in the BB community were really hard on Daniel and Nicole for their treatment of you. It wasn't right. It wasn't cool. We called them out for it in our interviews with them. But after you won, I saw Nicole pull you aside really quickly and start talking to you. And I could tell by your facial expression, it wasn't necessarily like a great conversation. It was something more serious. What did she say to you? And will you be talking to Daniel and Nicole, as you start to come back down to earth in the outside world to kind of figure out what happened? But definitely, what did she say to you?
You nosy. Y'all are nosy.
We're observative. Hey, listen, we won for a reason.
Big Brother's always watching.
Oh, please, I need a break. No, Nicole pulled me aside and she just said, I love you. There's a lot of stuff happening outside, but you know what? I love you. I said, I'm sure there is a lot of stuff. I love you too. And I mean that. And, I've been tipped off to some of the things that she said about me during her few weeks in the house, but because I've had time to process that and deal with it, my experience moving forward with the things that have been said about me is going to be different from everybody else's perspective on it, and their time to process it. So, I think I had a friendship that was going to progress with Nicole, and I'm actually kind of bummed that it just didn't get there. And I think because she is owning her stuff, there's a chance for us to have a real connection again, because I really do like her as a person. Daniel, someone's gonna have to tell me, is Daniel owning up to his stuff? Is he like taking full transparency and accountability? Because if he's not,
I think ultimately he has to own it with you. He can say whatever he wants online. Yeah. He needs to talk to you directly, and then he needs to publicly apologize.
No. I wholeheartedly, there it is. If you're going to come for me and then don't apologize to me silently and then do something else publicly. Came for me publicly, and he needs to do the same stuff publicly again.
Absolutely. But he also needs to do it to you as a man too. He has to talk to you directly and look you in the face and tell you the honest truth. And then, like you said, reflect that publicly. Cody, you want to take the final question?
I mean, not really a question, just more of a statement. I think the way that you held yourself the entire season after being ostracized early on, which was extremely difficult, and as two players that have played it, that's one of the things that I loathe about Big Brother and the way that people in the house treat other people. You were ostracized very unjustifiably. You handled it with class, and then you continue to move on with class. Then you had the Kyle situation. You handled that with class. You just continuously showed your heart in the season, and I just want to tip my hat to you because it was just incredible. You're extremely deserving of the win. I mean, kudos to you. You've made history tonight, and that's really all I want to say to it because it's going to be a whirlwind for you, but you were absolutely incredible.
Oh my God. Thanks so much, Cody. It means a lot coming from you and you too, Derek. I've tried to do my research before coming in this game, and I felt like people would not be rooting for me because I come from the pageant world. It's real easy to be cast or seen as the hot girl that doesn't take this seriously. But the fact that I was able to let my heart show and let my intention show and it resonate with the fans and
girl, I thought
people who are respecting the BB.
Girl, I was like, she's pageantry. She may come in with an arrogance. People may not like that. And you proved me, you proved me wrong.
You broke the mold.
So good for you.
Broke the mold.
Oh yeah. I'll admit it right off the rip.
Taylor, you're one of 24 people to win this game. You're part of a very small community now. You're part of the family. It's we're all, we all get along sometimes we don't, but you are a great representation of this season. Couldn't happen better the way it did. You're the biggest winner financially of all time. It's well deserved. Once again, welcome to the winner circle. We will talk to you again. I'm sure Tiffany's going to want to have a long interview with you. Yeah. We got it covered. You have a great night. It's well earned. Welcome to the winner circle. Welcome to the BB family. We will talk to you very soon.
Y'all have a good night. Thanks so much for everything, guys. We'll talk soon.
Thanks,
Take
Taylor.
care.
Bye to the fans.
So bye. Cody, are we muted?
All right, we're back in.
All right, guys, we're here. We're a little bit of tech issues with Monty. We're coming back with him in a couple minutes. They just told us it's going to be 10 minutes or so. But we wanted to just get your feedback, what you thought so far. We thought the interview with Turner was great. We got a little insight into the jury decision that went on there. It was already predetermined that if Taylor was there, she was going to win. That's news to us. I think we're the only ones that broke that.
So the one thing that I wanted to ask you about was just like Taylor, right? She just won the show. Do you remember what it was like for you after you won the show and like just like that crazy space you were in? It's like I just won. Now I'm like tenfold that, right? Like Taylor.
Yeah, 800 G's, man.
But also just like, okay, think about it in the 800 G's, but also think about like what it meant to her. She's the first female black winner of Big Brother. Mm-hmm. And she won 800 G's. And because she won 800 G's, because she won America's Favorite, like shit.
She's a beast. She killed it. She definitely got her money's worth in there. She earned her check.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart. I wish we had more time with her. And I do think whether it's us or it's just Tiffany and her one-on-one, they'll definitely do something. And it'll be good to watch. I'll definitely watch it. So
yeah,
it was good. I thought the questions were good so far. I thought the answers were good. It's tough to ask questions that they haven't already been asked because we're one of the last people to interview them, I believe. So it's really tough to get a reaction out of them because they've heard everything that's kind of like relevant. But I feel like we had a little something with the Turner thing and, letting her know that. And
plus a cruise,
we're asking the questions you want.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because we have a live stream going, which again, I cannot thank you enough. We literally, when Taylor came in, which obviously it's because it's Taylor, we understand that fully. When Taylor came in, we had over 12,000 people in the live, firing off questions. Cool. Like these are things that I wish they could see. Like I have it recorded, so I have Taylor's interview fully recorded. Turner's I got about halfway through. I don't know if we have Turner's like fully recorded, but we have the live stream, so that's there. But
we can just cut it there, yeah.
Yeah, but Taylor's was just like, man, I wish you could see the chat of like when she came in. It was like if she walked into a stadium, it would be like pandemonium.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's probably gonna do some meetups now that COVID's kind of on the back end, and she can do that, and she's gonna make some money. Jason Cole actually said from Turner's interview, it's crazy that even for the final vote, players worry about being on the wrong side. Yeah, I mean Turner said it, not us. He was more worried about not being in the voting for who he wanted. So that was an interesting comment. But Turner was being super vulnerable, being super honest, and he was just being truthful with us. But yeah, during the commercial break, stuff like that does happen, and apparently they had decided that if Taylor was in the final two, whether it was against Monty or was against Turner, Taylor was winning. I guarantee you Monty wished he had that information beforehand. I will tell you this. I think we should tell him that when we interview him and say, hey.
I missed a little bit earlier where you said because my AirPods died, so I had to put on these.
Yeah, basically I'm saying we should probably bring up to Monty. It might make him feel a little better that it wasn't the speech. It was predetermined that if Taylor got there, she was winning.
Yeah.
Might put a little bit better on him because he won't beat himself up about the speech itself.
I think you're 100% right because that should make him understand that his decision to take her was the only thing that maybe he could feel differently about. Could I have answered that better? Could I have done any better? Because like ultimately that's something that all of us can do. You think back and go, what could I have done differently? And the only thing he could have done differently was not take Taylor. And genuinely, I think Monty goes back 10 times out of 10, he's taking Taylor. So I think that's something that can help him like sleep at night. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's a tough night. And I mean, you can relate to him more than I can. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that even in a bad way.
No.
Like, but it's like, it's something where you've kind of been through it. You've kind of been through it, and he'll probably take a lot of what you say to heart because you've personally experienced both sides of Big Brother. You've done it. So,
but again, I always say it, right? I always say like, I would go back and I don't give a fuck. I would take you every single time. I don't have regret just because I lost. It meant more to me to take you than it meant to take Victoria and win. Like that's in that moment, at that time in my life, that's what meant more to me.
And to be honest, if you had done that, you probably wouldn't have won All Stars. You've been too much of a target. So you still walk away with your money, but you got your money.
And I also wouldn't have walked away with our friendship.
This is true.
Like straight up. Like, I mean.
I mean, obviously, that would have been like, wow, that's fucked. You know what I mean? But,
wow, bro.
Yeah.
Fucked me over. That's pretty awesome.
You got me pretty
You're
good. Stephanie,
23 and I have a daughter at home. You saw my daughter.
Well, I mean, ultimately, here's the thing, and I can't be a hypocrite. Like, if you had chose to cut me, we probably wouldn't be as tight as we are. But at the same time, I would be like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He wasn't there for me. He doesn't owe my family anything. Shout out Stephanie for the donation. We're still waiting on Monty, guys. How many do we have in the room right now? I'm seeing about 10K.
10-4.
By the way, we broke 10K. Huge. That's huge. So it was at 1:59. They said about 10 minutes or so.
Who just called me Cody Bear?
There's a lot of comments.
Somebody goes, yeah, right, Cody Bear, stop lying. That's like something my family would call me.
Derek, you're mean to Turner on purpose. How was I mean to Turner?
Hold on. Don't dive into that.
Really? How was I mean to Turner? No. I was honest with him, but I mean, I thought he was great. He seemed really happy with the interview.
When we first started it, right, and I was like calling out Turner for like the Cody California thing, people were going off in the chat being like, wow, Cody's so angry. Did you feel like you could tell that I was like messing with Turner?
Yeah.
People are just, what are you going to do?
People ask, would I have taken you? I've said it a million times. Literally, if you really want to know, don't take my word for it. The night before the finale, I knew that if I won the final, I was going to take Cody. So I had to like preemptively set Victoria up for it. So it's on the feeds. People have posted it before.
Yeah.
I go in the back room. I'm in the fire room with Victoria, and I literally tell her, it was a lie, but I tell her, hey, listen, just so you know, if I win the final HOH tomorrow, I have to take Cody. I don't want to, but I have to take him because if I take you, people are going to think that I like took the easy route and they're going to vote for Cody over me. So I preemptively set that up so that I would take her. So not to take him. So now ask yourself, as calculated as I played all season, why would I burn a jury vote the night before if I wasn't planning on taking him? I would just tell her like Monty did till the very moment, like, yeah, I'm taking you if I win, and then cut her at the end or take her. So don't take my word for it. You can literally go see the feeds and see that I literally told her the night before, I'm not taking you. So why other reason would I do that other than I wanted to prepare her that I was gonna cut her. Yeah. And honestly, to be fair, there was part of me. I don't know if Cody felt this way, but there was part of me that felt like if Frankie,
we got to back out.
We got to go. We'll see you with Monty's interview in a couple seconds. Stay with us. All right, guys, we're back. My man needs no introduction. Monty, runner-up of Big Brother 24. Monty, what's up, my man? How you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling great, man. No, it's a pleasant surprise to be talking to you guys tonight. Legends in the Big Brother game. Huge respect for your games. Season 16 was one of my favorites, so I just want to give you guys props for setting the tone with that. But I'm feeling great, man. Honestly, I think I did the best job that I possibly could to cover any holes in my game to the jury, and especially in making that move tonight to choose Taylor over Turner. Taylor did an amazing job communicating to the jury and just had a mind-blowing speech that probably it might even convince me to vote for her, to be honest with you. So, I feel like I did the best that I could, and to lose to her, I think is definitely a hell of a way to go out.
Well, dude, you definitely played an incredible game. You really came on strong in the end. And we want to tell you something that we think we're going to be the first to tell you. We're doing a little investigative research for you. And it might not mean a lot now, but I think it'll mean a lot to you later. And I want to let you know that we talked to Turner. And Turner was in the jury during the commercial breaks. And what you don't know is that after the roundtable, so well before the speeches tonight, the jury was telling Turner that they all collectively decided that if Taylor was in those final two chairs, they were voting for her no matter what. And so I tell you that because you might second guess. Cody was talking about it. He was a runner-up. you might second guess the way you answered something, or could I've
Mhm.
done it different. So you know, if Turner's telling the truth and I believe him, there's nothing you could have done. And I want you to take that, because I think that'll help you as you go forward and process everything.
No, I do appreciate that, guys, because I really thought that the speech was what made the difference. But to hear that that was the decision making coming into it, you know, I was duped from the start, man. Nothing I could probably done to make any change there. But, you know, again, like, huge props to her and her story and how she's resonated with people in that jury, you know, by the way that she's playing her game. So, I can't say nothing bad about it.
Yeah, it was a great. She did give a great speech. Cody, do you want to hit him with the first question?
Well, I just want to say also, like, Monty, as an outside perspective, also, like, I put it out there right when you did it. I was so fired up when you won the final HOH, because, dude, I really liked you. I really liked you all season, just because I was like, this dude is a dude that I feel like I could be friends with outside the house, like, not with the game involved. Like, you just, like, seemed like a straight up guy. I really liked you. When you picked Taylor, I put out, I was like, Monty lost it once he picked her. Because you don't know the story of what the outside views it as, and also, like, the inside also got a hint of it. So, like, don't have any regrets, man. You made that choice. And also, I think you can live with that choice of taking Taylor. You'll
100%.
live with that every time, which is why I always say it. I'll live with losing to Derek that first time. I would never go back and change it. And I feel like you feel the same way about that decision to take Taylor. So
100%.
I have a lot of respect in, because there was a lot weighing on you in just the grand scheme of things, which we can talk about at a longer length on this podcast, which I would love to talk to you a little bit more about it. But the first question I had for you was, do you think you could have done a better job with jury management? And do you feel that that relationship that started to really form with Taylor clouded it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, when I think about jury management, the majority of the jury were folks that I had worked with in the alliance that was formed since week 3. And then even in more particular, right, talking about Kyle and Joseph, I mean, we were a part of the Pound, which formed the Leftovers alliance. So to me, I felt pretty solid with those guys, knowing that if I were to sit next to anybody outside of the Pound, I'd feel pretty confident knowing that I would have their vote. As far as what I could have done more with them, I mean, I was the most transparent, the most honest about these guys knew my game throughout this entire summer, and as well as some of the rest of the Leftovers. And until, you know, things that I had to observe as evidence of mistrust happened with other folks in the Leftovers, like Michael, Brittany, Kyle, you know, until those things happened, it was the same case for them where they knew my game. So I felt as if I did as much as I possibly could. And then especially compared to the people I'd be sitting next to, where Turner and Jasmine don't have a great relationship. Turner and Indy hadn't necessarily talked all season. You know, as far as the girls in jury, could I have anticipated that they could have rallied, especially knowing that they formed the all-girls alliance at the beginning of the year and wanted to make sure that a girl won? Maybe I could have thought through that a little bit more, but since Taylor was on the outs with them throughout the entire season, it didn't seem like anything would change to me from that standpoint of them wanting her to win over one of their girls, perhaps, who, you know, the way that they went about it. But that's just my thinking, man. That's just my thinking.
No, a lot of respect, dude.
I want to dive into that thinking, because from the outside, and I know we've been there, it's different in there. You don't have that 3D perspective, but from the outside, it looked like Michael, his jury management was not good. And I told him this. I mean, we knew that you had to know Michael was pissed at him for how he went out. You had to know Alyssa was pissed at him for the way he went out. Didn't tell her, you know, he definitely basically sent her home by splitting that vote. So was there a part of you that said, Michael might be the easier road? And if so, what was the why? What was ultimately the defining factor for why you said, I'm still taking Taylor, I'm still going that route no matter what? Was it personal? We know there was a connection there. Or was it game related? Did you think you had a better chance of her? What was it? What was in Monty's head where you said, you know what, this is why I'm doing it? What was the reason?
Dude, I'm a pretty logical, analytical dude. You know,
you are.
My degree in mechanical engineering. I think
we saw it all season.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I'm glad it showed. But I thought about it purely from what I've heard the jury talk about all season was praising people who have made big moves, or, you know, shaming people who weren't making those big moves.
That's right. Michael did say that. You're right.
And so many people throughout the season who are big fans, especially Michael, especially Brittany. I mean, even the conversations I had with Brittany before I chose to evict her during the last week, she was talking about how apparent it would be if I were to sit next to Turner because of all the big moves that he had made in the game, and knowing that Michael is a big fan of the game and the way that he could influence the jury. You know, in my head, it became cemented that if I sat next to Turner, I couldn't argue or debate the moves that he had made being less significant than the moves that I had made. He made some big, I mean, Amira, Kyle, Michael, all on his HOHs. I thought, how am I going to defend that? How am I going to speak to that? Whereas Taylor, I felt like the margin was so large or larger than with Turner. More HOHs, more veto competitions, more bigger moves, less times on the block. It just, in my head, I couldn't compute how I wouldn't, you know, be the obvious victor. But again, you know, every jury is different. And
the season's different, man. The season's different. And
hell yeah.
It kind of came because you overlooked that story, like Taylor's story. Did you ever like really understand that or view that at all when thinking about her sitting in the final two, like her in the beginning of the game being public enemy number one, being the outcast, and coming into this alliance? Was that ever in your thought process as maybe the jury can find that as a justifiable reason to vote for a winner in the end in itself? Was that ever a thought for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a thought, and other people used it in their pitches when they were sitting next to her on the block, like Alyssa used it. You know, other people have as well, saying that, yeah, like she's been on the block 5 times and still hasn't been evicted. I was like, yeah, sure. But as far as the relationship that I had with an Indian, with a Jasmine, I didn't think that the relationship that Taylor had with those two people was anywhere near the connection that I had formed with them from day one up until the point that they were evicted. So, I mean, Indy went out on Taylor's HOH. You know, Jasmine was voted out by Taylor. You know, like I was sitting next to Jasmine on the block, not Taylor, you know. So in my head, I thought my relationships that I had formed with those people, whether they've been from a game perspective or a personal, I just thought that they were stronger, man, to be honest with you. But again, the cause and rallying around that cause, which is honorable, and I respect 100% having the first African-American woman win Big Brother. I'm glad to be a part of that, 100%. Right.
And by the way, you're walking away with a little change too, my friend.
You got some money coming your way.
I think I'm doing all right. Yeah.
You know, $75K for 80 days worth of work. You're gonna have some social media stuff afterwards. You're gonna be just fine, my friend. Good looking dude. You're gonna be all right. I got a question for you that I think you kind of answered, because now I understand your perspective on Michael. You thought he had a better game than Taylor, so maybe this didn't cross your mind. But you're such an analytical guy. I don't see how it wouldn't. Was there ever a thought when you were running scenarios where you said, how do I turn this into this negative into a positive by me having to control who I send home? Why not let Turner win? He's going to take you. You knew he was going to take you. Let him cut Taylor. Now Taylor's definitely voting for you, and Mikey's got this terrible jury management. Did that ever cross your mind?
Yeah.
I think it's Matthew, by the way. I keep calling him Michael. It's Matthew Turner, I believe, right?
I wish you would just call him Turner. Every time you say Michael, I actually am like, wait.
I'm all confused. But did that ever cross your mind to make that move?
Well, when it comes to, I may be a little bit of a control freak, right? So I'm an entrepreneur. I like to have things in my hands.
Yeah.
So me throwing a comp, especially that last comp. And Turner even admitted, man, after I evicted him, he was like, honestly, dude, I might have done the same thing. So when we had that conversation, it put me more at ease that, okay, I made the right decision in winning that comp. But I did play out the scenario of, okay, if I pick Turner, in choosing him over Taylor, I thought in my head, okay, then that's a loss on Taylor's vote, because I had obviously told her multiple times that I would pick her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go back on that would be pretty
among other circumstances.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Perhaps,
So that was one thing. And then outside of that, then I felt like the jury would look at my game and be like, oh, he's still scared to make a big move. Like he wasn't able to make any sort of move that would be on his resume that could match Turner's. You know what I mean? So that's where my head was at.
That makes sense, bro. It seems like you thought it out. There's not much you could have done. Cody, you got the last question,
No,
right?
I mean, you just thought it out. Like, I mean, you did a lot of things. I just want to know, like, what is your biggest, you come back again, right? You're going to play this game again. I mean, if you do play this game again, you're totally someone that is justified to play this. You were incredible.
Absolutely.
How would you change how you play the game? Because as someone like, I understand everything you went through. I was somebody that picked somebody, lost the game. I adjusted the second time I came back. How would you find like these subtle adjustments to make yourself go to the end and win the game if you were able to play again?
Oh man.
It's hard right now because I know it's so fresh.
He's like, man, I just lost in the final two. He's like, I'm still.
I want a drink and some music, man. You guys are asking me.
I feel you. Cheers to that, bro. We've been out here. Come on,
we've been out here.
We'll see you back here.
Xavier was on here too. Well, listen, we'll summarize it there because we know you got a lot going through your head.
Yeah.
And ultimately, here's what I'll say. You played a great game, Monty. You really did.
Yeah, bro.
We were rooting for you. We thought you did well. We did think that Taylor, if she got to the final two chairs, we said she's got this because we were getting the outside perspective.
Yeah.
What was being said in jury and all that. So it's easy at that point. But that all being said, a history, my friend. And by the way, both of you sitting there, Xavier was on before you came on. 2 African Americans in the final again. I mean, it's impressive. And it's a trend now. And it's because of people like Xavier and stuff. And he actually broke down and was crying on the show.
Meant a lot.
An hour ago. So we're proud to have you as part of the family because you are. You're part of the Big Brother family now. You represented the season great. The season was a huge success, which is why it got renewed. So be proud of that because you conducted yourself in a way that you and your family should be very proud of.
100%, man. No, I appreciate it. And it means a lot coming from you guys. You really don't know. Like when I was binging these seasons and watching you guys go through season 16, crazy to hear that I'm talking to you guys right now. So it means
we're gonna talk again, bro. We're gonna talk again for sure.
No, it's a must. It's a must.
We'll get your number. We'll talk again. But listen, everyone's going crazy in the chat. Thank you for joining us here. Go out, have a good night. You deserve it. Have a drink. Make sure, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good, guys. Take care.
All right, brother. Take care.
Bro.
Guys, we're gonna go back over to squad. Give us 2 seconds. We'll be live with you to wrap this stream up. All right, so we're back. That was our interview with Monty. We're going to wrap some things up here. Cody, I'm going to start with you. Start from the top, from Turner to Taylor to Monty. Final thoughts on what they had to say on the season, etc. I mean, we still got 9,000 people in here, but it is 2:30 in the morning East Coast time.
Yeah, I mean, it was it's always really tough, right? Because you and I understand how this goes. It's a shell shock. You come out, you don't really understand what's going on. Like, even in that situation, talking to Monty, like, I know he can appreciate and understand talking to us, but it's so tough because you're so clouded. You're so ready to be out, and then you get out of this house where your mind is like, there's a stimulant constantly in your brain, and now you're being asked questions by people that you don't know, even people that played the game before. It's like, it's so tough to get them on questions that we can get like their full understanding, because they're still so clouded. You know, like you're in this cloud when you first come off.
Oh, dude, and not only that, you've been trapped in a house for the same piece of cheese for 100 days. It's like you just got off a desert island.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's crazy. I thought the interviews were good. I think it was a great final three. I think they all represented themselves well. And ultimately, actually, a lot of people in the comments are saying call Tiffany. I'm going to try calling her quick, get her final thoughts. But overall, I thought the interviews were great. The season was great. Yeah. Great winner. It all worked out well. So I'm going to go on mute for a second in case Tiffany's drunk. She says something that I want you guys to hear.
I'll take it over. Let's go through some of the Yo, guys, can somebody explain to me what the tomatoes were? I'm like, I have no idea. The tomatoes were coming in hot, and I had no idea what that was. He can't even answer questions. He is not the brightest. So that's not fair to say about Monty. Monty is a very intelligent person. I sent you a great throwback pic, Jermaine. How do you feel about? Holy cow. This happened so fast.
Yeah. Can you hear me again? She didn't pick up. So I sent the text. She's partying. She was blowing me up when we were doing it, but we were in a Zoom.
Oh, so, you're booing him, so they're throwing tomatoes at him. Holy shit.
Yeah, there was a lot of tomatoes.
Yo, listen, I know there's a lot of shit going Monty's way, and it most of the time it's surrounding like this situation with Taylor. Give the guy a break. Give the guy a break. Like, he's another one. I mean, somebody just said he's a misogynist. The chat's going so fast. Like, he's a guy playing the game. Like,
and as far as the other stuff with Taylor, he'll answer for it. I feel like he's a guy that once he realizes what's being said, he's going to come out and talk to you guys, and you're either going to believe him or you're not. But give him a chance to process what you're saying and let him respond. We can't defend him. We don't know Monty. That's not our place. Ultimately,
but also, we don't defend people, but like, I know for me, bro, I don't immediately just go the full negative. Like, people in here is misogynist. I just saw somebody go, of course Cody believes that. It's like, you people are part of the problem. Like, you just immediately think the most violent negative aspect of somebody. It's like, you don't even want to see the good in people. That's not the right way to be. I don't agree with that.
Real quick, positive note.
Yeah,
Lisa,
I just saw that.
I mean, we just saw that. Thank you, Lisa. That's unnecessary.
Lisa M, you've been in here constantly donating to the channel. Thank you so much for that donation, because this is not your only donation of the night either. So thank you so much.
And also thank you to Taylor, as well as Samira. Samira is another one. Great questions tonight. You had a couple that made it. And Samira said it, not us. If you liked what we did tonight, we put in almost 3 hours, 4 hours for you guys. Just subscribe to the channel. Turn your notification on. Like this video. It means a lot to us because, again, it helps us with the analytics. Overall, we just want to go final thoughts for the season. I'm not going to wait too. Tiffany's probably out partying.
Yeah, so, no, we got to get off, dude. It's 2:30 right now.
It's late. So listen, my final thoughts. It was a great season. It was a lot of fun with my brother here.
Great season.
And we got more coming. We could not do it without you guys. If people don't watch the videos, if people don't listen to the audio, if there's no audience, we can't do it. We can't get monetized. We can't buy new equipment. We can't do anything. So it sounds cliche to say it, but without your support, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So you guys coming over week after week, day after day, because we're putting out multiple episodes, supporting us, supporting Tiffany, it means a lot to us. After all these years, it's been a while since I've played. Cody is pretty fresh off of it, but It really does mean a lot to us, and we're going to continue to improve. We're going to put out better merch. We're going to continue to grow this channel, and I think before we know it, we're going to be at 100,000 subscribers. I really do believe that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that's in here, I mean, even the tomatoes that are getting spammed in, like, it's everybody that comes tomatoes. In here, everybody that comes in here and supports the channel week in and week out, whether you're here because Tiffany's on and you love Tiffany's episode, whether you agree with us or you disagree with us. I know there's people that agree and disagree on both ends of it. The way that everybody interacts and actually everybody shows up is incredible. And so whether you're a hater or a lover, we're extremely grateful. And so this channel wouldn't be growing without you guys. The fact that we had 12,000 people in here viewing the live and the interview with Taylor was insane. So thank you all. Thank everybody I thank everybody that's come in here. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel and turn on those notifications, because Tiffany, we've been brainstorming a lot about what Tiffany wants to do after Big Brother. She's going to continue to keep rocking on her channel. We're still trying to figure out some different things. I have different things in the works. Mm-hmm. So just trying to
more coming for sure. At minimum, it'll be a short hiatus until they do like a big celebrity Big Brother or OTT, whatever they decide to do. We'll be around for that, but we have some other stuff going on, and we'll go from there. I was waiting a couple minutes. I was trying to stall to see if Tiffany would come on. I did. I'll try calling her one more time just so people can't say I didn't, but it's only
11:30, so it's just a matter of her like hearing her phone.
Hey, Tiff.
We got her.
I think she hung up on me. She might be in an event, and if that's the case, I just don't want her to think we alienated her. She was hitting me up while we were in the Zoom, but you guys saw it's a mess. It's like they're bouncing you around to different. You guys didn't even see the half of it. They were like, "Hey, go over to this other room. Then you gotta go
they
here."
Like, you're in the wrong room. Monty's actually not ready. Taylor's ready.
And there's passwords you got to put in for each room that are different. So I'm gonna. What do you think? We call it? We just call it because. I don't know. I mean, do you want to give her a couple more minutes? I wanted her to come on. I really wanted to hear her thoughts.
Derek, I want to ask you, because it's people like saying like we know what's been going on all summer long. You guys haven't been watching the feeds. We vocalize, right, that we don't watch the feeds fully.
Yes.
How many times have we said that?
A million times.
What
honestly.
Does that have to do with the coverage that we bring to the table? Do we ever speak about how we feel about anybody personally?
No, we just kind of talk about the game.
We talk about
what we see in the episode.
And we see in the episodes, and we see the strategy in that, and the decisions that people are making. We don't know these people for their personal, like how they talk about people, and also I also know how we are on the show. You speak freely. We're not here to judge everybody. We're here to base our opinions off of gameplay. That's what we're here to do. That's what we do every episode.
Shayna says all the tomatoes could feed a supply of ketchup to the homeless. I agree with that, Shayna. I agree with that.
Yo, Shayna, can we give a monster shout out to Shayna?
Shout out Shayna. Mikey also says you guys ask great questions. Glad I wrote out the whole stream. Hope to see you guys. Love you.
Yo, Mike, is that soon. Mikey C? Is that my boy Mikey C?
Mikey C and Elizabeth Webster as well. Shout out to her. No, I mean, listen, we're gonna get hate no matter what. That's what we try to tell these other house guests. You're never gonna please everyone, especially if you're being honest, because we talked about the vote tonight for AFP and how it's basically this dichotomy where you have two different ends of the spectrum as far as you're either team Kyle or team Michael, and they're two different teams for sure. So that's the world we live in. Whatever we say, we're going to piss off half the population.
Yeah.
The way you get by that, guys, the secret is not caring. Because as long as and I'm not saying that to be an asshole, it's just you have to be truthful with yourself, because I'd rather be honest and you hate me for who I am than love me for who I'm pretending to be, because what fun is that, pretending to be someone you're not? So we do it because we want to be authentic. And honestly, if we're going off the analytics, it works because we're growing faster than we were when we tried to play the fence and you try to be in the middle. So we try to be respectful to everyone. That's not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah,
but ultimately that's what we're going to do, and we're enjoying it. So that's what makes it great, because if we hated it, we wouldn't keep coming back.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm fading hard. My lower back is on fire. I'm tired. But I want Tiffany to be able to come in here and say what's up. So I'm trying to
I'm gonna hit her up one more time, and if she hangs up on me again, it's 2:30 in the morning. We out.
My back is on fire, dude. We've been live for 4 hours and 12 minutes. It's my mom's birthday today too. I was up early working, long day. Went to my mom and went to my parents' house.
right,
somebody
she
just
hung up.
goes, Cody, you look sleepy. I am.
She's
very
literally
sleepy.
sending me to silence. So it's on you, Tiffany. We love you. We give our thanks from Tiffany as well. She's out there partying with people right now. She's got the whole crew out there. So we will get another time. Maybe we'll do one more episode where we kind of sum it up. I have a strong suspicion Taylor and Tiffany will do something together. Who knows? Something will happen. But final words for you, Cody.
I love, I'm exhausted. Honestly, I really love the season. Early on, there was a lot of controversy. I think a lot of people were trying to write the season off. And I said early on, give the season a chance. A lot of the people that wanted to write off the season was because they thought Taylor was going home, and now look how it turned out. So what I want to say is always just give the season the benefit of the doubt. Just watch it. You never know what's going to happen, because I bet you in week 1, if somebody said to you, that girl right there, that's on the outs, that looks like she's going home, she's going to win the season, you'd be like, no, fuck this season. This season sucks and I hate it. So just give these people a chance. I know we live in an extremely toxic situation. This social climate, this political climate, social media climate, everybody wants to just like rip people to shreds. Just give these people a chance. These are all people. They're out there. They're just trying to play some Big Brother. That's what I'll say in my I'm ready to fall asleep at the mic state.
Not great season. We love you guys. We appreciate you joining us here. It was fun for us. We hope you had fun tuning in every week. And we will be back soon. We promise. We got things in the works. And at minimum, thank you to everyone who played Big Brother this year. It was a good season. Made for a lot of good content for us. Got us a lot of good clicks on the videos. And those clicks are from you guys. So thank you very much. Everyone be safe tonight. I think we did what? 4 hours? What time did we start
4 hours
at?
and 15 minutes.
4 hours and 15 minute stream. That's a pretty long stream for us. We're
I
not
can't
young.
wait to
I'm
sleep
not young.
mañana.
Absolutely.
No
You
alarm.
guys have
No alarm.
You guys, no alarm. We earned it tonight. You guys have a safe night. Everyone be careful out there. And we will see you soon right here